I don't wipe one more. Oh.
Oh yeah.
You do not have enough energy. Oh.
It's
You
time.
have too many.
Valor and Metal starts now. Yes. Starting right now. We're already good to go. We're already in. Does my camera look like absolute shit? Yes, it does. Why? I don't know. Let's see if I can quick fix that shit real quick. I did a smart thing and labeled all of my inputs properly. So my capture card no longer shows up on OBS as a camera. It has a camera icon, but at least it says cap card now. And the actual webcam that I use is correctly labeled. Hey, I have a face. Maybe that's why my fake green screen wasn't working well, because the light was too low. Alright, so last time I played Star Valor was actually last night on... I did some Steam streaming. Yeah. And that Steam streaming was a hardcore run. I was playing with this guy here. Basically trying to do as much wrong as possible by rushing through and getting a Hephaestus. There it is. Getting a Hephaestus as quick as possible, and then jumping in it with barely any gear to show that bigger is not always better when it comes to your ship size. Oh look, but sometimes if you get help from some friends, it can be pretty nice. And I will say, if you jump from a yacht to a frigate or any size ship and find yourself having a hard time, an easy way to recoup that, just don't sell your old ship. Right? Don't sell your old ship to outfit the new one. Keep it for a while. And if you do end up needing the money later for upgrades, that's cool. But don't use that money just to get your new ship off the ground, right? Save it. Because if your new ship can't get off the ground and you sell your yacht for $1,000, that's not going to buy you very much. Whereas a yacht can carry a bunch of repair beams and keep your giant slow boat floating for a lot longer. So if you're in that situation where you find yourself like, oh man, I maybe shouldn't have upgraded because look at this, my gear's not all that great, right? I don't have top tier gear, and so my ship's kind of slow. And I kind of wish I hadn't sold my old ship. What do? Sell the new ship that I just spent? If you buy a Dreadnought, you can't buy this one, but if you bought a Dreadnought, you spent over $1 million, and if you go to sell it, you're going to get a fourth of that back, 300,000. At which point you're just like, so what do? Buy a cruiser that I also don't... Sell the Dreadnought and buy a cruiser that I also barely have enough gear for, or a frigate and have 200,000 in the bank? You lose a lot of money on the deal if you sell your old ship and then realize that the new ship isn't going to work out because you don't have the equipment to put on it. So just plan. Just have an extra 30 to 50% of a ship's cost in the bank. Or if you're going to, build a Zeus, just imagine that that's $1.5 million or closer to 2. So have like a few $100,000 in the bank to make sure that you can buy. You probably only need 50 to 80 grand. But just to make sure that you can buy the stuff you need to move forward, to get going. The problem I ran into with the Zeus was not so much that I didn't have the gear for it, although that did take some doing. I also didn't have... There's a lot of optimization to be done here, if you can't tell. Shield chargers can be upgraded. Speed boosters. That battery. But I also don't have enough upgrades to really max out my weaponry, so I'm kind of gimpy on the weaponry. I do have some scrap that I can convert. I have some base components, so I need to build a ton of upgrade kits. A ton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need 8 green ones and then 14 blue ones to really push these to be able to defend myself properly. And then I need to craft something to replace these guys with something 6-point because I have the capacity. And honestly, I'm not even going to upgrade these. I'm going to build 3-point or 3 size a pair of 3 size point defense beams because these are probably not as good as they could be. Like, let's look at this, right? So that's a 1 point PD. We get them up to 3. It's still only 26, but then we boost it. We make it continuous, which means we have to drop it back down so it's still 3. But we can overload it. And look, we're at 90 heat. Show raw values. So we've got 2 boosters that we can still add to this thing. Yeah. But it does like 6 times the damage at the same range. It just uses a lot of power. And while the heat it uses is less, it's right about 3 times. This is a 1 point, a 1 space. So I have 3 of these stacked. So 23.2 times 6 is 69.6 versus 70. So it's basically the same thing. And since I can cover the deficit, it might as well be the same thing. My other weapons are much heavier around the rest of the ship. And I still have 2 free boosters, so I have up to 120 for these. And I'll be upgrading that as well. Heat sinks I'll need some improved for. I have enough refined metal and scrap to build a few of those. And I've got a decent amount of cash. So the decision here is what to spend boosters on. It looks like we could go with range, but you're getting half of your range because of point defense. It cuts it in half after you apply the booster. You can also go for a straight damage mod. Rather than range, just go. You can only use 1 damage booster, but you can also add a critical mod. So now it's 89. So just the cores, right? It was 77, so we raised it by another 12. So it's like having a free PD beam on top of the 6. Yeah. So the 3 stacked up, it's less than 40 DPS. So it's basically going to be double that. Double the damage. So even though it's the same range, and it'll use a lot more power, the 3 stack is 15, this is going to use 64. Of course, it won't be raw values, it's going to be in placements. And you also want to look, are these special turrets? No, they're not. What gunner is assigned to them? It looks like one of them does have heat reduction just slightly. No big deal, doesn't matter. We can let that go to 100. That's our continuous overload. Continuous and overload will increase your heat, but also your damage. Continuous is just what turns a pew-pew laser into a beam weapon. It doubles the space, but adds some damage to it. Doubles the damage, uses a lot more energy, but the thing with DPS on a beam versus DPS on a pew-pew comes down to your accuracy. If you're dead on accurate all the time with your pew-pews, which gets easier if you use the speed booster to speed up the projectiles, but if you can lead off, you can lead off. So the nice thing about beams though is it's basically hit scan kind of. So if you're on target, you're on target, you're gonna hit. So some of the trade-offs might not seem worth it, right? The high energy cost, but for continuous it means that your DPS rating will be a lot closer to what you get in the real world depending on your personal accuracy abilities. Now I am using green cores. If you need something a little less robust, you can use smaller cores to kind of fine-tune. You know, you play with the overload, the boosters, and the cores, and it helps you really fine-tune in exactly what kind of energy and heat cost you can manage to try and get the most DPS out of it. So while you see me go straight to green cores every time, that's just because I know that my build can handle it. I can add generators and cool it properly. But for some builds, you know, if you don't have a lot of extra gear lying around, you maybe want to fine-tune it to more specific target heat and energy cost. Anyway, that's our opening techno babble. Oh, poor Lios. How many people a day ask him, will you be my daddy? You make good video games. Oh yeah, you can make beam weapons charging, of course. Not my personal style, especially with point defense. Point defense, you want it, well, on point. You want it to be there right when you need it, so I tend to not make those charging. I tend to not really make anything charging. Now, the only reason I'm doing this is because it's kind of necessary at the moment. I only need to build 2 of these. But I am going to start building other weapons. And I kind of want to get into building, like... Oh yeah, that's hot. Yeah, the old PD beams, 42 times 3. So about 125, 130 damage. Double that. Double that. Yeah. Wait, were they getting range boosters also? Oh, they were. That's cool. These still are getting more range booster. Alright, so that'll knock down more of the missiles coming our way. But I should not have sold these microchips back. I'm going to use a lot of those. We're also going to need a little bit of iron, I think, in case we run out of base components, which I'm pretty sure we're gonna. I keep telling other streamers, and they kind of don't notice, but I don't want to just say it right out loud. I'm just like, go to your blueprint menu and look at the 4 buttons under known blueprint. Because not everybody has unlocked the Zeus, and there's only 2 craftable ships right now. But it's like more to come, you know. So I'm like, hey, check that out. Look closely at the 4 buttons under where it says known blueprints, and they're like, huh? They kind of blow it off, and I'm just like, all right. I wonder if they'll remember that somebody pointed that out to them. I don't need credit for it. I'm just saying, like, one day they're gonna be like, oh, that's what that dude was squawking about. Now I get it. The odds that anyone's gonna remember that are low, but if they do, hopefully that clicks. Okay, I'm not gonna spend all my scrap just yet. I want to see how much I really need. Yeah, that was a lot of my base components. So let's go ahead and boop, 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 boop. And since we're in upgrade mode, let's go ahead and grab that relic. We'll save now for our progress. It's going this way. Oh, it's kind of going straight to the right. Is it going downward a little bit? Yeah, so our intercept course will be over here. For some reason I thought it was going up. It is going slightly up. Map north. Okay. We'll fly back to the station so in case we need to do more crafting. Brought the upgrade kits with me because they craft to your cargo bay. There we go. Now we're getting almost 200 DPS out of those. I don't like that those aren't the same. I don't know why it bothers me so much, but it does. So, weapon range 28, it's about to go up. Oh, I've got Ziggy on that one. But what else would I put Ziggy on? Like a spinal mount? I don't know. We'll put him on the right side one. No, I had weapon heat generated there. Another relic. Good lord. Am I just gonna be like slowly drifting towards relics all day? I don't mind. I got upgrades to do. It's just how it goes. $11 people are streaming Star Valor right now. I don't have to outstream them, I just have to stream for longer. I'm kidding. There's another relic out there somewhere. But it's just off radar range, so I can't see it. That's okay, I'm not gonna go chasing phantom relics. So I like to click on the station or the point that I'm flying to so that it shows up here. Oh my god. I mean, I'm not complaining, but, you know, I got shit to do. Can they just fly at me while I'm docked? This one would have. If I had been... This is where I was docked earlier, so it would have just hit me. So definitely saving in case anything weird happens. But I do need to find... Yeah, it's that left side gunner. Okay. There, now they're at least close in range. I don't like them to be too off. I don't know why, it just kind of don't sit right for me. Really, the best solar reactor I have is white? I must have it on alley. Okay. Oh, and we can upgrade that too. I don't know if I'll have 2 huge batteries forever. Maybe my warp range will get better and we'll make use of it, but 4,500 seems to be the most that I need. Let's see what other batteries I have. That pretty much takes care of it and opens up 2 more space. 2 large batteries take up 8 versus a huge for 10. We use an improved upgrade kit here to make sure we're over the top. We'll get rid of our solar reactor. Let's add, do we have another Mark III booster? Yes. We'll upgrade that in a moment. Now I've got 6 relics, that's cool. Have to decide if I want to use those on weapons or anything else. And then, oh wait. 1 less charger for an ion reactor. Okay. There we go. Now, do I need any more white kits? I guess I could do 3 for these, and 1 for the ion reactor. I would upgrade the Pathfinder, but like, I don't know. Maybe I don't need to. I'm not going to upgrade a second one of these because if I do get a purple Pathfinder, it may reduce my work cost enough that I don't need more battery. Because +2 is less than 15% of my warp distance, so it'll increase the warp distance, which would take more power to get to, but then it reduces the warp cost. So okay, so let's get to some blue ones. Base components, and we're out of base components, but we got 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have a lot of things I could spend blue ones on. But I think for now it is going to be weaponry. Now I have 9 ancient relics. If I wanted to waste one, if I was in a hurry to upgrade, I could use it to get that up to blue and then purple. I don't think I'm going to relic these though, because I think I'm going to wait. And also these are going to get replaced eventually because they're only 4-point weapons. Like, they could be a lot better. But so could these heavy lasers. Let's see, do I have ultra lasers? I do. They'll need some upgrades to match the heavy beams. Oh, plus they run hot. So I'll probably end up making something instead. Alright, but we've got all these upgraded. All we need is stuff. Yeah, I gave up looking for that Archimedes. I don't know what happened to it. I'm over it. He's gone forever. So not 3354. Oh yeah. I can just see it now. If I don't find the gate, it's okay. Not too far off the beaten path. I can grab a thermal regulator. Hoof it over to the station. They only take up 0.1 space. So I just need to get close enough to save. I don't have to dock. Ah! You weren't expecting that to be blue, were you? That's some high-grade weaponry there. Not only did those bounce off my shield like pebbles, but now they won't even get close to me. That's point defense. It's a high-level system. Oh yeah. Okay, this guy's boring me. Looks like Steam wants to crash. I'm sure everybody's surprised by that. Point defense that can also just kill stuff really fast. Damn you, Steam. If you crash and take Star Valor with you, I'm gonna be pissed. Of course, if you want to mine really fast, right? Looks like I need more power. Oh, I didn't put a light on it. Hilarious. Do I have any refinery? Yeah, I brought refineries. Once gunners can be told to target asteroids, you'll be able to just fly in and obliterate everything. But if you're really nutty, make sure you're not going to fire a spinal mount. But we don't have enough power for that, so we don't do that. Not really an efficient mining method, but that's more because my spinal mount weapons are not awesome. Are you gonna wake up, Steam? Come on, Steam, I need you to wake up. So Ravager stomping in this thing, right? I gotta say, I kind of wish I had optics, but there's no way I would invest the points in it. But I would love to play with this thing zoomed out a bit more. Maybe when I have a fleet of them, you know, 2 more. I can experiment with less than perfect builds that are more about convenience and functionality. I like how I can just ignore those guys. Hey, look, there's the Pathfinder. The upgrade I wasn't going to do myself. It's a good thing I didn't do it myself. We did find the gate. Okay. If I have to restart the game to get Steam to work properly, I will. Oh, it's an escape pod. We'll go get that in a second. You can imagine how much benefit a miles per hour would be right now. Okay, it's leaving the system, so we better hurry to catch up to it. I'm gonna trust my instincts and not check the map, because every time you open the map, you lose your speed booster. And if you're using a lot of speed booster like I am, that's a significant drop. Okay, now we got it on radar. We can see it's moving slightly down, but mostly wet and mostly east. So slightly south of east, barely south of east, almost not at all. don't forget there is... This is not exactly the most metal sounding song in the world, but I just kind of dig it. It's got some... There it is. It's got that electric guitar in the background at some point. Looks like we got an escape pod or a shuttle. Now, don't worry, there's quality of life. If there's quality of life things that you think are missing from the game, come tell us. Steam, Discord, talk about it. Odds are that A, you're not alone, and B, despite not being alone and wanting a certain thing, you might be the only one who's gonna actually say it out loud. You know what they say, like, for every good idea, 200 people have it, same idea at the same time, overlapping, but only one will actually do anything about it. You know, 200 people will have a question, but only one will actually ask it out loud. Or like, people will want something, but they can't quite define it, or quantify it, or put it into words that are easy to understand. So they'll either not be able to make their point, or not even bother trying. So speak up. Odds are you're not the only one, and that could be the difference between getting that quality of life upgrade that you want or not. Wow, energy generation, storage, and armor. Boy, if I had an engineer slot open, but the two primary ones that I want I already have. If it was damage resistance instead of shield absorb, I would be taking a little more time to ponder that. Fleet ships get weapon damage. Just crew experience, huh? I mean, this would be like a really good pilot for a ship. Or, I mean, even fleet commander, but mine's almost full anyway. I know those last three can take a long time, but like, that's a really good crewman, just if I didn't already have really good crew. So okay, and that's junk. So we found our Ravager. Ah, like that one, where if you press tab to go to the map immediately, it blanks out the, it kills the mission for whatever it's called. The distress signal. That's being fixed. The people spoke and they want that to not kill the mission, and it just makes sense, you know? When you do stuff like making video games, not every decision that people want always makes sense. It's, I did it again. It's not just a matter of, oh, there we go. Like, maybe the dev likes your idea and they just need to hear it phrased the right way so that they understand what you're trying to say and see the value in it, you know? You can't just say things would be better if X and expect it to be completely clear why you think things would be better because X, or if X. You know, there's the Y, and exploring all the effects that would have on the game. Personally, my problem with the way the stress signals works now is not only do you accidentally clear it and then it's gone, which is frustrating, but even if you get used to that, you still get a pop-up. Like, it's not always when you first warp in. Sometimes it's in the middle of combat, and then when you get near the thing, you get another pop-up, which again, you might be in combat, so it's not convenient. A mauler. Wow, Steam is really borked, so I don't know why it's not responding. I kind of don't care, but I don't want it to crash when I'm like in the middle of something. Oh, this thing does have Corvette capacity of 2, which is also a yacht capacity of 3, or 5 shuttles, or 2 yachts and 2 shuttles. Watch. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, you can't touch this. Eat me. Yeah, I don't even care about the hospital. I can tell by the sparks it's still hitting it. Politely waiting. Like somehow he's gonna have a better chance of fighting me head on rather than trying to sneak attack me. Maybe he hates that Ravager. Maybe that Ravager killed one of his friends and he's like, you know, whether I live or die, I just want to watch that Ravager die first. And then I don't really care what happens after that. Very small. Okay. Damn it, I did it again. Damn it, I changed again. Ardonian component. I keep wanting to get to the save point so I can see if I can fix Steam, but... So it is tempting to kill pirate stations, especially ones that don't claim control, because you won't get the massive hunter fleets here. You might still get some, but it's invading the controlled systems that'll get hunter fleets to really start hammering you. So you might be tempted to say, well, the hunter fleets are easy right now, so I'm going to piss these guys off by taking out their stations. But in that time, you might have found some loot that'll help you later on when things start to get more difficult, so be wary of that. I bet I don't have to do anything for this. Was it just that one? Really? It wasn't. There's more over there. They're just not going to come after me. So let me see if I can fix Steam really fast. Just bear with me for a second. It's being a butt. Yes, I have Fable Anniversary Edition. Roll your eyes and laugh. It's a silly old game. 20 years ago when the original Xbox was still relevant. Although it is still relevant to me. There were some games back then that you just don't see a lot of. I mean, forget Halo, right? Like we all remember Halo, Xbox. But games like Fusion Frenzy, 4-player couch game. It was like Mario Party without the board part. You know, it was just damn you, Steam. Yeah, close the program. We'll just reload it. But Fusion Frenzy was a minigame game. You could play tournament style where it was game after game. You could free play, but it was 4 people sitting on a couch together playing the game. It was a pretty awesome game. If Mario Party was a little too, well, Mario themed or too silly, or you didn't like the board game part of it, you just wanted to do the mini games. Fusion Frenzy was a game of mini-games. Goblin Commander was a real-time strategy, kind of like Dota, but you could play local versus, but only 2-player. And those kind of games lose their charm when you... I think it had online multiplayer at one point, but obviously support for an unpopular game would not last long. But local local versus in a game like that is difficult because you can see your opponent's screen, so it kind of takes some of the fun out of it. Unless you tape a piece of cardboard across your TV and compartmentalize it so you can't see each other's side of the screen. But who was doing that back in the day, you know? Not a lot of people. Debris field. Poor little debris field. You used to be a boat. Oh yeah, I do still have upgrades to do. Boy, I cannot wait till that level cap is gone. Or raised, or till you can do something about it. That'll be a happy day for a sleepy dragon. Wow. I'll keep those and that. I guess I'll scrap that. Got a better version of that. So a lot of times what I'll normally do is go through the actual equipment that I want, store what I want to keep, and then sell the rest of the equipment. And then whenever I have just the rest of the stuff left, I'll just store it all so that it automatically, I don't have to like go through and go, oh, that store is here or in the stash or just locally. And I can just kind of sell off the stash really fast. So our money's back. Ooh, heavy mining drone bay. So for PMC collectors, you need like, the reason I'm not upgrading them is because I want to learn them. So I've been kind of seeking them out. And I also want to do the same with heavy mining drones. Because I am going to build the dominance to mine for me, and it's going to have... Hey, Kevronimo! Yeah, it is. I've been playing this game since, I think, 2018 or 19. And, yeah, I've put a little time on it. I don't know if you can see that clearly. But, averaging, like, 500-600 hours a year. I might like it a little bit. So I totally hear you there. It's definitely an addicting game. Well, I'll tell you one thing. So a lot of people will ask, like, what do you do in game? Like, what's the end game? Is there, you know, because the story hasn't really gone past the little Sam Hollow introductory tutorial. More story will come later on, but the game was always more intended to just be a sandbox, exploring shooting game. You know, completely open world sandbox. So story was kind of like, and you know, there's games where it's like you can tell they started out with the story and then the system was kind of built to make the story happen. And then there's games that start out with a system and then a story gets kind of put into the system. The first one would be like first-person games like Witcher, where, you know, there's a game flow they want, and then the system has to kind of create that world. And then there's games like this and Endless Sky, where the system and the universe come first, and then the story kind of gets applied to it. So we'll see what that turns into later, but if you want to know what comes towards the end game, I'll put it to you like this so it's not really spoilery, because you'll kind of find out anyway. So when you get positive reputation with the faction, it caps at 9999 ally. You can bring it back down by killing them or helping their enemies kill them. But as far as the minimum reputation, there's no floor. I've had negative 400,000 rep. Oh, you're brooding the game? Yeah, you can definitely do that. So you can do technical play with a lot of crafting. You can actually do non-combat play where you just run around, explore, mine, trade. A lot of people actually enjoy the mining and trading in this game and just flying around enjoying the scenery. But personally, my style tends more towards kill stuff as fast as possible. And so if that's your style, you'll appreciate this. So there's no floor on negative reputation. And what happens when you get to a certain point with negative reputation is those factions will start to hunt you. And the lower your reputation is with them, the bigger and meaner those fleets will get. And I'm not kidding, they get mean. Oh look, a derelict. To the point where, like I said, I had negative 400,000 rep with the Vang E once, and they send dreadnoughts and cruisers after you in mass. And when battleships got added to the game, that got really wild really fast. It was already wild, but it got crazy. I don't know if I can carry this thing. I'm really bad at remembering the sizes. I can carry a beetle. That's pretty much all the space I have, but I've got a frigate in my cargo hold. It's like right here somewhere. Oh, iridium detected. If you find iridium, iridium is, let's see, geology 48. It is the hardest thing to mine for in the whole game. So if you find iridium, do yourself a favor, don't sell it. It's a very important crafting material. Do you prefer pew-pew lasers, the cannon style, or do you like the beams better? Or have you really tried beams? Beams kind of come later on. Like level 10, I think you can start using like point defense lasers, and then the other beams start coming in after that. Another derelict. It looks like a corvette. No, it's a frigate, it's a mule. Well, that would sell for more than my beetle, but maybe we'll just remember. We'll just leave a note. I call it a boat note, and that's why it's blue. Well, teal. Yes. So the energy controls, the less heat you dump, or the less power you dump into a weapon, the less heat it generates, right? So these at 100% generate 90 heat, at 200% 126, at 34% 33 heat. So if you like the beams, beams offer a higher accuracy, so even if the DPS is a little bit lower, you have to kind of play with it, but you might end up actually doing more damage in the long run. Just because of the accuracy. Wow, I got both of that guy's repair ships. Nice. Orange. Give me orange engines. Nope, not the Doom Cannon. Don't need missiles. Don't need cannon ammo. Yes. Now my cargo bay is full as heck, so I'm gonna go. See, that's small. That's pirates. Okay, looks like a small system's the best I'm gonna get. crap, I can't carry this stuff. Oh yeah, that's gonna be way better. The power, it'll be power hungry, but a massive improvement. They're so scared of this ship, they forget they're scared out of fear and charge it by themselves. I mean, so when you get to the end game, where you've got big ships where you can adjust through several different reactor types and quantity and heat sinks and stuff like that, what I tend to do is build the best possible, the strongest possible weapon I can, and then kind of cater my build around that. Of course, you can still go too far, and it's like, well, now my weapons are super strong, but I don't have any shielding, so if I miss, I'm kind of screwed. But I typically will go for rating my weapons to 200% for crafting. But when you're shopping around, you know, when you're comparing weapons, like you'll want to compare light laser beams with medium laser beams or regular cannon style lasers, and you'll want to kind of tweak this to match the heat up to something that, you know, because if you can totally, if you're a hit and run artist, right, if you have small shields with fast recharge and you fly in, you take a few shots and you fly out, well then it's okay if your weapons are cranked up to a little bit higher heat than your weapon cooling rating, because if you look right under class 6, not only do you have your 55 per second weapon heating, but you have your max weapon heat, so you can overheat a little bit and then let them cool down while you fly out and let your shield recharge, and you do the little figure 8 or however you like to hit and run. But, you know, then you can drop them down a little bit for a more sustained attack, which in the long run will do more damage, even if it's not doing as much all at once, for a more sustained fight. So I tend to, in early game, I tend to adjust these often with a single weapon type as I go along, looking for something that gives me the option to alternate between styles. Okay, so these engines, my acceleration is 2.6. That is absolutely abysmal. Although my boosters do give me a little bit more acceleration, it's still not great, because this is like basically the heaviest ship in the game. I think the Vangi model V6 is faster. So while sometimes you may want to max out your weapons at 200%, I will say, you know, it can be situational. But it's nice to have a weapon that you can run at 200% in short bursts, you know, that won't instantly overheat your weapon system. But at the same time, you can turn them down a little bit for longer sustain. Because you'll fight big ships that you don't want to sit right in front of, but then, you know, you'll fight smaller ships that you can sustain their attacks, but you don't want to sit there and shoot and wait and shoot. You just want to be able to sustain the damage. And I love that you have the option for that in this game. Alright, so 2.6 acceleration, 61.8 speed. So this dropped us down by 0.3, but almost gave us an extra 2 in acceleration, so 2.6 to 4.5. That's a massive acceleration boost for a very tiny top speed loss. The primary difference in these engine types is the power consumption. Pirate Capital Impulse, they have a high top speed but low acceleration, but they're very efficient. Energy cost 20, mine are set to 200, so you're actually comparing 40 energy cost with 76. So I'm using an extra 36 power, but I have enough power and room to grow. There's ion reactors and beyond. So eventually, or the large miner reactor. Yeah, I'm gonna upgrade that real quick because that'll make a huge difference too. I have room to grow though. So I don't mind that these engines take more power because the performance is absolutely worth it. Now it does take 200 energy for me to use to power all 3 of these boosters at the same time, so I'm getting close to that, which is the reason I am looking to upgrade my reactor really quick. So you'll see this large nuclear reactor in purple puts out 70. Minor reactor is base 40. 52. Now it's already better. But we're going to go one more step with a relic. 104. So it produces 34 more power. But I also have other upgrades. So it's actually producing 60 more. Because I have that. And for more reactor output. And I also have energy generation 6%. Energy generation 6%. So I get quite a big boost out of that. Plus it adds to my battery a little bit. So maybe I don't need that. I can take out the large battery. And let's see, put in a small one here. Small one here, that gets me over 45. Now I've got a free 2 space, so I can even go further and add another ion reactor. Low end, but 15 power. Although as you can see, that 15, 272 actually goes up 25. So I'm getting an extra 10 power out of that, or 66% total. Handy. Accept. Platinum detected, don't care. Platinum's $2,500-ish, $2,000 to $2,500. Again, this thing is slow still, so running around trying to find some stray piece of metal is not ideal, even if it's semi-valuable. Your point defense will never find me. Your missiles will never get to me. But I do want to test this thing out with some massive amounts of custom railguns and missile launchers and stuff like that. So I've been collecting missile launchers because the Pulsar tend to be a little bit better than what you can find in game, or what you can craft, especially if you can find some orange ones. I can feel that acceleration difference though, it's really nice. I do kind of want that to scrap. Okay. But lately I've been hunting relics so that I can get more upgrades later and get them to purple. I've got 13 now. Oh yeah, spotlight. There it is. I did drop some of my shielding so I could carry around mobile refineries. I get some acceleration back, let's see. Yeah, less than 1 point. This thing adds 34 cargo. So I keep it. It's what lets me carry around frigates and the like. Oh, and iridium and ardonian components, don't sell those. Always save them. They're really important for crafting. If I want to build another Zeus, I have to get as many of those as I possibly can together. I don't know why they even try. I would poop my pants if I was ordered to attack this ship. I would fly up to it and try to join them. I'm like, you got the coolest boat in the galaxy. I'd rather be on it than fight it. hostile. Okay, don't want to be here. Next is 577. No Ravagers. Damn. But yeah, feel free to ask any questions. I'm here to chat, I'm here to help. Just because I've played the game a lot doesn't mean that I find the fundamentals tedious. I start new saves all the time. I started a whole new save just for broadcasting on Steam last night and played for like 8 hours. If you have any questions, there's no question too small or too unimportant. The only thing I ask is for your questions is, you know, let me know if you want a bare minimum answer or a more exploratory, thorough answer, because a game like this, a lot of the fun is discovering things and finding the answers for yourself, because there's no super right way to do everything. There's a lot of options and different pathways to accomplish your goals. Oh yeah, no worries. And I don't want to, you know, even if you want me to answer a question, I'm more than happy to. I don't want to over answer a question for anyone to a point where it takes any of the charm out of the game for them. And sometimes it's hard to really know where that line is. But you can at least say, you know, just like short answer, what's the deal with blah blah blah, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I can give you a vague answer, I can give you a specific answer, or I can really just completely explore the topic. But at the same time, like I said, there's so many options and ways to play that even I learn new stuff all the time. Weapon heat generated's good. On top of critical damage, that's not bad. I like my weapon heat generated guys to be specialists, my gunners. Because then you get all that effect, and that means you can be a little less responsible when you go to craft weapons. Especially when it comes to spinal mounts, because the spinal mounts on this thing can handle a 10 size weapon. Now, it does automatically cut the heat in half, but a 10 point weapon can go well over 200 heat. But again, remember that you have that heat capacity. 180 on this ship, not that high on most. But you can go a little over your heat threshold because the spinals only fire for 3 seconds. So if I'm generating 60 heat per second, if a weapon generates 60 heat per second more than what my weapon cooling is, then it'll still fire for 3 seconds. It might burn out the hard point right at the end, but I'm not losing a whole lot. Whereas a weapon that's like, you know, super safe with the thermal limit might lose a lot of DPS to it. Man, this thing is a beast. Now, the reason I'm not fighting these stations is, like I said before, I don't necessarily want my pirate reputation, or any of them, to go any further down right now until I get more of the equipment that I want on this ship. So I'm kind of... Unfortunately, that means sort of playing it safe, but I'm not shying away from fights, because you'll only get 50 to a couple of hundred rep for a fight. But if you pop off and start, you know, killing stations, it gets to be in the thousands. So the Hunter fleet starts to escalate very quickly at that point. Bangy light armor. Well, I think that's what I'm already using. Yeah. And there's a lot of gear that I still want. Better generators, even better collector beams, which can actually be really hard to shop for. I'll take that. I've been known to break a rock or two in my day. I don't even remember picking a Pegasus up. That's funny. Now, I've thought about putting some repair beams on this thing, just to help enemy ships, or friendly ships that are passing by, but I haven't gone out of my way to do that yet. What's your deal, Allie? Do you want to break some rocks? Is that what I'm hearing? Allie's set up for some serious rock breaking, if I remember correctly. But then again, weapons this powerful aren't exactly shy about it anyway. Don't wait for me, bud. Do it to it. She'll get better at that. Her accuracy will improve over time. You've been warned. You ignored the warning. Oh yeah, I better get my refineries running. I'm gonna fill up really fast on ore. So I think of having a mining fleet, like you said, you're vacuuming. So it'd be like if when you get done vacuuming, you have to go, say, clean the bathroom, right? Well, having a fleet that mines for you is like having a Roomba. So all you have to do is go clean the bathroom. The vacuuming kind of does itself. I know Roombas aren't perfect, but neither are mining fleets. So. Like you don't have to have them, but they are handy. And you can have them mine while you go do other stuff, or just to help make your own mining go a little faster. Plus they help with spotting rocks that might be tiny and hard to see when you're zoomed out all the way. Like that one. Some scrap going here. That's all I really want. This guy's like, wow, you guys are good at that. I'm impressed. concealing in my loot, miner. I'll blast you in a heartbeat. And I'll tell all your friends so they won't even be mad. They'll be like, yeah, that sounds like Joe. He's kind of greedy. He would be dumb enough to steal from a massive war frigate. Laios, how's it going? Laios, the developer in the house. Dude, Steam crashed again? What is the deal with that? I really need it to not crash. I'm trying to turn off the Steam broadcasting because it's not even working. And Steam's just like, nah, I'm not responding. I'm like, oh, well, good for you. So I finally did a little bit to upgrade the weapons and made some ridiculous point defense. Like at green, they're over 300. Missiles don't get close. So I've been setting the point defense to mine one rock while I mine another. If you mine the same rock as those, then you're updating the target more often. But I'm doing great. My back still hurts, but I talked to work about it, and I'm gonna switch to the day shift. Probably mornings. So my sleep schedule will be a little more normal, and maybe my brain can handle a little less sleep than I've been getting lately, so I can spend more time doing the things I want to do, which is streaming and playing video games. Alright, so that's enough mining for now. Let's get our new stuff to the station here. I got one iridium. Oh, we got a relic. It's going south. We'll just go ahead and save on the way by and then go grab that relic. Order alley to dock there while we're passing the station. I guess I'll probably go to that station on the way back instead. People are like, how do you fly the big ships like that without inertial controls? And I'm just like, you just have to be 3 seconds ahead. You just have to know what you're gonna do in 1 to 5 seconds. If you know what you're about to do, then it's just a matter of planning and timing. Not that it's necessarily easy, but it's not as difficult as it sounds like it should be. But it does have drawbacks. I mean, not being able to turn quickly when you really need to can be a problem. But again, if you're planning ahead, it's not so bad. Yes, I'm doing better and things are getting better, which is what really matters. If I'm alive today, that's good enough for me, as long as I know that tomorrow could be better. As long as I do the thing I need to do. That's good enough for me. I can be a lot more accepting of today not being the best day I've ever had. If I know that tomorrow is going to be an improvement. I think there was one up there. Debris field. I've been hitting debris fields because in order to get harder components, I had to put some into that anyway, so special items could potentially long-term be a way of getting more Ardonian components to build my second. Oh, just strained my back at work. I was doing some work by myself that I should have been doing team lift for about 2 hours straight, and if it had only been an hour or two, I probably would have been fine, but I went too far, and I just decided, because that's the second time that's happened, that I was given a task to do that should have been team lift. Like, I should have said something, but it shouldn't have been assigned that way in the first place. So I was just like, you know what? I'm not going to point fingers. You know, I'm an adult. I've been in retail long enough. I've done enough physical labor that I can take responsibility for the fact that I should have known better. But even if I think that other people should have known better too. But I'm just going to switch to the day crew, work on becoming a manager without as much of the physical work, do a little bit more customer service, interact with customers, which is something I've been wanting to do more of anyway. And night shift is great. It pays a little bit more, but my sleep schedule just sucks. Like, all I do during the week is work and sleep, work and sleep. I barely have time to play video games at all, let alone enough to stream it. So it's just kind of like, what do I really want to spend my time doing? Because when I'm working the night shift, you know, I'm going to bed when the sun starts to come up, and I gotta get like 8 hours of sleep minimum, and sometimes I'll be spending like 2 hours, 3 hours just trying to get to sleep. So it's really not efficient use of my time, and my body just doesn't like that sleep schedule that much. You know, when I was young and partying till the sun coming up was fine because I would be drunk, and so falling asleep would be easy. Whereas, you know, no matter how much exercise I get at work, no matter how tired I am, when I get off, I'm still wide awake and can't sleep, and the sun's coming up. So I lose a lot of time that way, and I want to reclaim that time and focus on the long-term goals of making more money in the long term, rather than just doing a job now that pays a little bit more up front, but doesn't really help me get to my goals and leaves me feeling worn out and, you know, just bored at the end of the week. Oh yeah, no, it's all being properly taken care of, for sure. It's not my first time getting hurt on the job, so let's see. I'm definitely being as smart as I know how to be about it to make sure that I'm not screwed over at the end of the day. Okay, if I want to get my fleet commander up, I gotta bring in Allie. I can't just leave her parked all the time or I'll never get there. But the company's willing to work with me. I've missed a lot of work, and they're not really holding it against me because they understand that the situation shouldn't have been an option for me in the first place. Even if I should have known better than to do it, they recognize that I never should have had the choice to do what I did by myself. It should have been assigned to as a team, no matter what. So, did I not accept that? Or is it just already on screen? Oh, there it is. But I'll live, and I'll get better, and I think I'll be a lot happier. Even making slightly less money today, I think it'll be a quicker path towards getting into management and doing the things that I want to do during the day with my time. I'm reclaiming my time. Hopefully. Okay, Allie, we're gonna set you to repair. And 120, because I don't want you getting involved in this fight. Capital laser beams. Damn. Wonder what happened to that relic. Oh well. It's always another relic. God, my tech level is terrible. Alright, so I need to do that thing and fix Steam again. The problem I'm having with Steam right now is that it keeps crashing. And it's not closing the game. But it... Oh, maybe it will let me go to my settings. Or maybe I just crashed it. Worse. I might have just made it worse. Alright, give me 1 second. Just make sure it's saved. And I'm going to fix Steam again. And remember to turn off. The Steam stream is still on. But it's not doing anything. It's not going to the store page. And Twitch doesn't want me to multi-stream anyway, so as much as I'm inclined to tell them to shove it. Yes, yes. Yes! Stop it! Enough! One time. Are you gonna open now? Steam is so dumb sometimes. Like, I get it. It's universal, so it's complicated, but wow. It's just a little silly sometimes trying to get it to do the right thing. Okay, broadcasting disabled. Steam Cloud out of sync. That's gonna self-resolve. It just self-resolved. Alright, cool. No more reloading. Okay, you ready to go, Allie? Let's get on the road. You have failed. Stay a while and explode. The Mighty Tech, welcome. Almost. It barely fits. You should have seen years ago when the only way to get a sanctuary through a gate was to reverse into it. That was fun. You had to get the engines into the warp gate. The front didn't fit. Yeah, whereas the sanctuary was butt first. Just as awkward. But the gates were adjusted in time for the Cerberus to come around, which was nice. But by the time you had a sanctuary, it really wasn't that big of a deal to have a decent warp drive. You really didn't even want to use the gates very often. Ah, the Guardian made it. He lived. other one. Hey, Allie, wanna go fast? Yeah. You should have seen me playing on Steam stream last night. Oh my god. I started a new save and in hard mode and basically rushed the Hephaestus just to kind of demonstrate how insanely frustrating it can be to get into a ship that's too big for the gear that you have. And let's just say the demonstration was perfect because it was a nightmare. These are both debris fields I don't want. It was hilarious though. I got lucky and found a pirate frigate and downgraded to that, and things got much better at that point. Even though I wasn't really in the mood for a ramming run, but yeah, shoot that one. Not doing anything. Pay no attention to the ship that's actually demolishing you. Go, Allie, go. I believe in you. That thing's gonna drive Allie out with those missiles. I don't think she has any forward. Her forward weapons are mining lasers. She doesn't have any forward point defense. Although she's hitting it and it's still shooting me, so maybe she'll get somewhere. A bad boy, that's perfect. I was gonna buy 2 of those to put in the hangar on this thing. Hell yeah. Uh-oh. I don't have room for it though. How big's a bad boy? Like 100 something? That should be enough. Dad Pax, what's up? Did Allie take that guy out? I think she got him. Or I just lost a lock on him. Is she still fighting him? Nope, she just warped out. She was still fighting him. Which means that guy probably warped out. That's alright. Oh, snap. Independent territory. Another Archimedes. Boy, I'm just gonna have a massive fleet of Children of Terra ships that I didn't buy. I started with the Achilles. I found one Archimedes, but then I lost it. I don't know how. I never quite figured out how that disappeared. I might have accidentally sold it or jettisoned it or something. But I started with the Achilles. I crafted this Zeus. I just found a bad boy, and now I found another Archimedes. Oh yeah, Allie got wrecked. Get wrecked, noob. I got her set to 50%. She was down to like 10. Alright, what do you have? Oh, perfect. So this will not add any power draw to the ship. Oh yeah, that's one of those things that you have to just learn to remember, and boy can it be a painful lesson sometimes. So her acceleration 7.5, speed 40, 10, 55. Much faster. Blue to orange, wildly different. Take some extra drones. Come back to that bad boy. go grab that Archimedes before somebody decides to destroy it. Alright, so waypoint set to get straight to the Archimedes. Oh, we're getting attacked. My point defense will kill it. Now I've got the station targeted so I can get an accurate push. We're going to turn off our boosters even though it's only about, it's less than a 5 difference. It's just important not to push a derelict at full speed because it won't lose that speed. And if your push misses, you need to be able to get out in front of it to correct the angles. So we'll get it up to about 20 or so. And when you're using a dreadnought, it's not just a matter of its speed, but also your acceleration to get in front of it. So even though I can go much faster than 20, I don't want to have to fight to get around in front of it. I think we got a good push there. I know that with 187 equipment space, I could just spend 2 on a tractor beam, but I'm not gonna. So there. Yeah, good push. Boop. And we save, and we update our note. Wow, spelling, huh? In caps lock. Are we near a gate? Nah, not really. Big system. Bro, you did not need to do that. Just left that alone. I would have taken care of them. Oh yeah, let's go see if they have any minor reactors. Michiyakami, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Docking, there we go. Hey, PMC collector. Now I can make them. Ho, ho, ho. Now I have a machine gun. Wait, that's backwards, right? Oh yeah, this is the new Dread. Microchips, fine components. How we doing on fine? We got a few. Not enough to go nuts with, but that's okay. When I decide to make more upgrade kits, we'll swap one of those for a PMC collector and upgrade it. There we go. I wonder if our turning could really improve very much. Let's see what one does. No, it won't go up anymore. Okay, look. Oh. I don't need a full one though. So that opens up 3 space. So we can do that. Which means I don't need those. So then do I... Oh, what am I... How long has that been there? I swear I've looked at that 100 times and just kind of ignored it. Let's see, our highest weapon heat is 126. That's on the side beams. So that opens up some space. Maybe we should keep one of those just to make sure it's managed properly. You can go a little bit over on your weapon heating, but not too much. Down here, moving to the, okay. I just used a relic, so I should probably go chase that. Oh, okay. Weapon heat. Give me just a second. Let me capture this little dude. If you wonder why I turn before I get to the relic, it's because it takes forever to turn, and my momentum will carry me through it. So I start turning before I need to. I don't use inertial controls, so it's kind of like drifting everywhere. For those of you who've watched a little bit of drifting in your day, or done a little drifting, one of my primary profiles that I was flying big ships on before the 2.0 launch out of early access was actually called heel toe, because I don't use inertial controls, so I'm drifting everywhere. Alright, so weapon heat. So when you any weapon that you have, for the most part, has there's some exceptions, but they we got another relic. Good lord. Sometimes this happens. I try to explain something and the game's like, no, don't tell him, let him figure it out. Here, have a relic and shut up. So weapons generate a certain amount of heat per second, only when you're firing them. Ugh, golly. Not a moment's peace. Actually, I can just ignore these guys. And so, like, say this weapon generates 100 points per second, right? Now, if you go to your ship stats, you see under Class 6 Dreadnought up top there, you have your base cooling, which is 55 per second with 180 heat capacity. So what that 180 heat capacity means is if you go over your weapon cooling with the heat generated, like these generate 45 more, so I would be generating 45 heat per second towards that capacity of 180, so you would get like 4 seconds of firing that weapon before it overheats, which I'll demonstrate here. You can see on the hard points down here, you'll see these two guns, they start to fill up with heat. 3, 4, boom, and then I can't fire them now. I'm pushing the button, but they go into a cooldown mode where they then have to cool off. Well, that's this ship stat. The 55 is this ship. Different size ships have a different stat. And you'll see down here, I actually have bonuses flat that are putting me at about 63, which is why I got more than 4 seconds out of this. And then you add heat sinks, so that brought it up to 80, 96, 109, 127, which then allows me to fire these weapons, and these that generate 126, I can now fire them sustained, as long as I have enough power generation. So you can decide, like, if you're doing hit and run tactics where you're going to be away from the enemies anyway and not firing at them for a second, like if you're waiting for your shield to recharge, then you can use that capacity, like 180, and smaller ships have less capacity and less cooling per second, but you can use some of that capacity to overdrive your weapons a little bit, or use a weapon that's hotter than you can normally handle, and then you just match up the timing a little bit. Kinda. I mean, I'm at level 48, but I tend to play 10s I've played a profile over 100 hours once, because one of the beautiful things about this game is the top side of your reputation is capped at 9999, but there's no floor, and if you piss a faction off enough, they will send hunter fleets at you that scale with your negative reputation. So one time I got my Vangi reputation down to negative 400,000, which means that they'll send waves of like you know, there'll be waves of like, you know, 5 to 10 dreadnoughts and another 10 or more cruisers, and they'll be level 60 gold star elites, and you'll have a hard time even killing one of them. But when you get to that point, like as you fight those fleets, that's what brings your reputation down that much really quickly. They drop, you know, faction loot, orange quality sometimes, and so you can continue to upgrade your ship, and the tactics that are required to fight those fleets evolves, because not only could you maybe get a fleet that's a lot of cruisers and dreadnoughts, you know, 20 or 30 ships, you might also get a fleet that's like 50 or more yachts and shuttles, and you might think, oh, well, they're a little easier to kill, except they're constantly spinning, and when they take damage, they cycle out of combat, so you can't keep hitting them unless you're like plowing through the swarm of all the other yachts and shuttles. And they've got repair ships, they've got self-repair, so even with the yachts and shuttles, you might have a hard time just getting a couple of kills before they drive you out of the system. But if you're using the flux barriers and cloaking device and you know, repair systems, and even fleet ships can help in those situations with even just distracting the other enemies so that you can focus on a particular ship and hopefully get a kill easier. But the tactics required continue to evolve, and you'll change exactly what you have to do. There's no one right way to do it, but other than that, you probably will have to use every tool in the game to some degree. Like I said, flux barriers, cloaking devices, you'll need speed to be able to get away from them, you'll need damage resistance, shielding, armor, probably going to have to custom craft weapons to put a dent in them. So like, yeah, level 50 is endgame, but you don't have to stop there. The game continues to change and evolve. It is purely sandbox at that point, but I mean, you can fly around and Ravager hunt to get all the relics that you want, which is basically what I'm doing right now, is hunting Ravagers. You can go massacre stations, which will get you a lot of negative reputation, but stations don't necessarily drop awesome loot, but they do shift your reputation a lot. Oh, well, what kind of problems? Like, it just gets hard to kill stuff, or you feel like you're spending time just like nickel and diming low-level stations because the big systems are too hard? I will say, as when you're first kind of getting familiar with the game, I won't say don't do a fleet, but I will say focus less on a fleet your first few times, or at least early in the game. You want to focus on more getting the tactical understanding and muscle memory. The fleets in this game are not designed the same as a lot of games where it's just like, oh, you spent money, now you're stronger. When you start using a fleet, it actually just changes the game, because managing your fleet can actually be a detriment if you're not really careful. Like, you can invest money in a fleet and maybe not get a lot out of it right away, to the point where that money could have gone into your primary ship to make it stronger. That would have been a lot more of a benefit. I will say, early game, and even on your first playthrough, it is really handy to have a ship that can repair you. I know it sounds kind of like maybe it's not what you wanted to do with a fleet ship, but having a combat-oriented fleet ship, if it's not managed really carefully and properly, you maybe have just created a decoy, which can be a very powerful tool, don't get me wrong. Even just a decoy fleet ship can be really useful, but again, it's a realm of tactics and management that it can take away a lot of your money and your mental resources during combat. And I would say until you get to like level 30 or 40, I would focus really minimally on fleet and focus more on tech level and explorer and geology, because geology and tech level are a big part of crafting. Now you can play this whole game and have lots of fun without ever really crafting, but it does help a lot, especially with making custom weapons. It helps a lot to do some crafting, and you'll find that geology really leads toward that pretty well. I would work really hard not to get extreme reputation with your enemies. Don't get really low, because again, those hunter fleets scale with them, and if you're not strong enough to fight the hunter fleets, it's really easy to get in over your head, to hit a threshold where those hunter fleets are way too strong for what you can actually handle. And easy ways to do that are basically like, I've got 10,000 reputation with Proxima and Syndicate. If I want to reduce my Red Skull, if I want to get my Red Skull hunter fleet smaller, I'll just go kill a bunch of these guys. Sure, I might get Marauder perk, but I'll still be able to dock at Children of Terra stations, Technomancers. I won't be completely SOL, and that will raise my Red Skull. And same with Children of Terra. I can go kill a bunch of Children of Terra. Don't destroy their stations. You don't want genocidal or traitor. But it can mitigate that reputation with these guys, so the hunter fleets they send at you won't be quite so brutal. And because you want to be able to fight those, or at least survive them. That can be one of the hardest things to manage when you're first learning the game, in my opinion. Making money early, I would say invest in a mining yacht. Get a yacht that is like a Reaper or something with 3 forward weapon points that you can put 3 mining lasers on, and then just find an asteroid field, leave them to, especially one that's close to a station, and just leave that ship to mine while you fly around and get your exploration experience, scavenge at debris fields, you know, fight some pirates, whatever you got to do. Just remember that the loot drop from the rocks disappears after 5 minutes. So, you know, check in with them every 4 minutes so you can collect the loot, drop it off at the station. They'll just keep mining and mining. And in fact, we can just demonstrate that right now. So I've got my Achilles set up with forward mining lasers, but they're pretty brutal. So while they're mining, not only is that mining earning me money with materials, but it's also getting me crafting materials I can use to make better weaponry, better gear, upgrade kits. Crafting upgrade kits is really important. I'm going to say that again. Crafting upgrade kits is really important. Not just to save you relics. If you're using relics to upgrade stuff from at any point other than blue to purple, you're wasting your relics. You want to craft the green and blue upgrade kits to do that for you. You can use a relic to make something go from white to green. You can use an improved crafting kit to go from white to green. You can even upgrade stuff from gray to white if it's like really rare. But you want to use the right one at the right time so that you're making the most efficient use of the resources required to craft those things. And it's really important that you do upgrade stuff. Even early game, you know, pick a generator and upgrade it from white to green to blue, even purple. Even if it feels silly to use a relic on a small nuclear reactor, if you're level 8 and you've got a relic in a blue nuclear reactor, or even a white one, make some upgrade kits, get that thing to purple. It will help tremendously with the weaponry that you can manage. So on my flagship, I've got I've got a couple of collector beams, but I've also got a few refineries. So they mine, I come by, scoop up all the loot. And then I head to the station. And so what I do when I get to the station is I'll go through, if I have like any equipment, I'll decide if I want to store or scrap that or sell it. And then once I only have trade goods and stuff left, I'll go through and just store everything, except the ore. You want to keep refining that while you do other stuff. But I'll just store everything. And what that does is it automatically sorts what stays in the station and what carries across in the resource stash that you can access from anywhere. And then you look at this, I've got 415,000 basically in cash. They're not going to buy everything. So there, I've already made $16,000, or sorry, $5,000 or $6,000 off of just what they mined, while I went out and did other stuff. Not to mention all the crafting material that I just got. So that's something you can do early game. You know, a yacht costs $10,000 to $12,000. And you'll spend another 4 or 5 upgrading it into a decent mining ship. I was hoping to get attacked while I'm here, but that's okay. But that'll earn you cash, and it'll earn you materials for making upgrade kits, which is, again, really, really important that you make upgrade kits. I can't tell you how often I'll upgrade just a basic 2-point regular small nuclear reactor early game up to purple, just because it helps. It helps you upgrade your weaponry. It can give you enough power to swap out your regular shield generators for Mark IIs, your shield chargers for Mark IIs. And that can make a big difference in your survival. You know, you can have all the high tier gear you want, but if you don't have enough power for it, if you're not upgrading it to get the most out of it, then yeah, it's going to be kind of rough. So, don't sell your scrap metal, don't sell your refined metal, don't sell your base components, don't sell anything that can be used to make upgrade kits. You want to use those to make the upgrade kits. That has way more value than cash, in my opinion. There are exceptions to the rules, but they're rare, situational, and you'll learn to identify them as you go yourself. They're so niche, it's like, I don't even know really how to explain it. When it would be a good time to sell scrap, but it's almost never. Effectively never. You always want to save that and make regular and improved upgrade kits and use them. And then craft weapons. Make custom weapons. And you'll make mistakes in the custom weapon crafting. You'll accidentally do something wrong or realize that you overlooked something. If you're okay with save scumming that sort of thing, do so, but otherwise, just make sure you learn those lessons. Take the time to understand it, and don't be afraid to ask questions in Discord either. There's lots of people who are more knowledgeable and better at explaining things than I am. I have a lot of experience with the game, but there's other players who are just as seasoned as I am, and we all play a little bit differently. So, you know, even when I say do this, do A, but don't do B, try X, Y, Z, other players would be like, no, I don't do any of that, I do it completely different. And we don't say that one or the other is wrong. We just have different play styles and different priorities and different ways of getting to things. And one of the fun things about this game is finding that there is no one right way to do things, but there's definitely wrong ways. In my opinion, selling certain crafting materials is almost always wrong, especially when you're learning the game. Outside of playstyle, outside of personal preference, outside of the whole no wrong way to play, I will say make crafting kits. And if you don't need a crafting kit and you have the materials and you need the cash, go make money some other way, save those materials because you'll need them down the road, and you'll wish you had held on to it. You could always go back and buy it. If you do sell like a big pile of scrap for money, You can make a note in that system, and you'll likely be able to go back and buy it back later, but you'll probably wish you had saved it, because it's going to cost a lot more than what you got for it in sale. But again, no wrong way to do it. There, 415 now got, so I made like 25,000, and I got some good crafting materials here. I got a big pile of scrap, refined metal. I even got some iridium, and iridium is a really important ingredient for Ardonian components, which you will, oh, I sold my titanium. If you can help it, when you're mining, don't sell all your stuff until after you've done your crafting, because you might need like titanium or aluminum or something like that at some point, and you might wish you'd held on to it. You can buy it back, but again, you'll pay more than what you sold it for. There's no charisma glitch where you can buy stuff and then sell it for more than you bought it for, and then buy it back cheap and sell it for more than you bought it for. You can do that in a lot of older games, like Fable, the original Fable game. You can do that sometimes. Make stupid amounts of money buying things and selling them back, like some of the really expensive weapon mods and stuff. Hey, what happened? You emerged? Oh, you docked because I docked. I have her set to auto dock when I dock. Sometimes I forget about that, and I'm like, where'd you go? So that's one way to make money early game. So when you start a new game, if you start with a shuttle and you buy a yacht, don't sell your shuttle. Set it up with some mining beams, maybe a couple of repair beams at the same time. Alaoshu, I think, has a base of 4 weapon space, so you can put 2 of each on there. And you just switch the role from mining to repair, and those repairs can save you from spending money. You know, it can prevent you from wasting space on repair drone bays, which you can put towards shielding, generators, other important stuff. And then at the same time, you can then set it to mine for you while you explore a system, and it will make you money. But I would be cautious, even hesitant, to put too much money into a ship designed for combat. Although mining lasers can make a good weapon in a pinch, even for your fleet ships, I would worry more about using them as a support and supplemental, and not expanding your fleet too big. It can be a real money sink that can set you behind as far as upgrading. But having a fleet ship that does mine for you while you do other things can get you, just be aware that it's going to increase your level with non-combat experience, which means that you'll be level 20, but you might have a hard time fighting something that's level 15 to 20 because your experience came from geology. But if you're getting that geology and converting those resources efficiently through crafting, upgrade kits, and custom weapons, then you'll be able to keep up in combat, whereas a straight brawler would be getting loot drops from enemies. You'll be crafting it and making it, which gives you a little bit more control over what you find that's upgraded. So like an enemy might drop a blue tier something, and you'll be like, oh cool, it's blue tier, and then you're like, oh, but I don't really need it. Whereas if you're crafting upgrade kits, you get to pick what becomes blue tier. So there's a little more control over it. It's not the fastest way to make money, but... Ooh, Sleepy's orange, cool. Max speed plus 9. We got this thing going 64 with 200 energy worth of boosters. Hey, more iridium. Never sell iridium. That's a rule for me. Never sell iridium. Unless I've got everything I could ever want in the game, at which point you don't need to sell iridium because you already have everything. Man, learn some hit point regen. Come on, man. What is that, a yacht? Corvette, yacht. I think it's a yacht. Yeah, Isolo. Isiolo. Any early ships you would suggest? Oh yeah, hell yeah. So ship suggestions. Honestly, it really depends on what you have unlocked and how long you're willing to search for the right ship. The Valor. Okay, let's do it this way. So this is basically every ship in the game except I have not unlocked the Vang Yi Dreadnought, but otherwise it's pretty much every ship in the game. The Valor is a good ship. The Wolf is better, right? The Valor 3 is better. There's really not a lot of bad yachts. The White, the Galaxy's not great. Like, it's got 3 weapon capacity, but only 1 hard point. So, like, I guess if you were going to do, like, a burst laser, a mining laser, and some point defense, you know, weapons that you would use in alternating. Okay, it's cheap, maybe it's the way to go, but it doesn't have a lot of equipment space. It's got 16, this guy's got 22, same class. Now, this thing only has 2 weapon space and a single hard point, but this is a freighter, it carries stuff, and it's got a built-in tractor beam and warp tow power for pulling ships through warp. Oh yeah, missile boat too. It's good as a missile boat because it is really nimble. It's quick and nimble. There's faster yachts, but for the price, it makes a good missile boat because missiles don't generate heat and they don't use power. So both the single weapon point and the low equipment space make it decent for that. But even the Komi can make a functional boat. It's pretty much every stat is lower than a Galaxy even, except that it can carry 30 cargo. So it's a little bit of a mini freighter. If you're leaning towards combat though, I would look for the Valor, I would look for Dragon, Wolf. If you're interested in faction stuff, I'm not a fan of the Zeep, but they're not terrible. The Fido's not bad, the Driller is pretty bad. As far as yachts go, the Reaper's amazing, the Boulder's okay. Same here. Bear in mind that with these white ships, the Syndicate, they carry an inherent shield absorption of 6, which on the low class ships is really nice. Canadian, how's it going? Yeah, the Dragon is one of the best you're gonna find. I mean, the Lacewing is technically a higher tier, and it does have more equipment space, but the Dragon has 6 gun ports versus 4. Same speed, but the Lacewing's more agile. The Lacewing also has an extra engineer slot on it, which is amazing. But they both get extra enhancements. Now this one's a gunship, so it gets projectile speed and heat generated reduction. But this one attracts more powerful enemies, has weapon range, weapon heat, bonus attack level, whereas this one has critical chance. So early game, I would say really it depends on what you're doing, but there's not a lot of bad choices. You know, of course you want to avoid the Pegasus and Mercury because they don't have weaponry. The Luna and any of the white level shuttles and yachts are pretty unimpressive. Even green shuttles are kind of like, eh. Like, you can get by with a Pfizer, but it looks like an 80s ship. It looks like a ship that was from an 80s video game, and I think that was intentional because it's pretty baseline. Now granted, it's a shuttle that has more equipment space than a Galaxy yacht, and it has 3 weapon capacity. The cargo's low. You don't get a co-pilot seat, but it also gets interceptor bonuses, which are nice. But otherwise, it's just kind of like, it's really basic, so I wouldn't go nuts, you know. You'd probably be happier with a Wolf. A lot happier. You'd probably be happier with a Squire, honestly. It's only got one gun port, but at least it's double barrel. Pirate ships aren't worth talking about unless you're a pirate and you're going to buy some because they're hard to find. You will find some as derelicts, but they're more about the ramming weapons, and that's something that's more fun to figure out for yourself. Vangi and Children of Terra, all their ships are slightly better than everybody else's. Because Zeus. Zeus and Achilles are just monstrous. Honestly, the Vangi ships are just as nice. Yeah, the Vangi shuttle's nice. Honestly though, the Lao Shu is pretty cool, and you do get a co-pilot seat with it. And it has a built-in cloaking device. So early game, I would say, I mean, Reapers are amazing. If you can find a Reaper and you're friends with the miners enough to get it, which I think is just bare minimum friendly, like 1,000 or 2,000. The built-in, so a Terran Mantle, one of the things about the Children of Terra ships is that you get a bonus. So with cloaking devices, it costs less to activate on a shuttle, but your energy generation is reduced to 11%, 11.6. But if you're not in a Children of Terra ship, it's like half that. Or maybe it's the other way around. The 11 might be the base and it's double with the Children of Terra ship, but they get a bonus for their cloaking devices power reduction. Like when you activate it, and you see now I'm at negative 500 power, because it's being drawn by the cloak. Now you can get yourself to a point where you have positive power even with the cloak on, so that you can stay cloaked permanently. Yeah, Reapers are nice. But honestly, when it comes to what ships to use early game, I would just experiment. There's not a lot of bad choices. As long as it has a couple of gun ports and it's not a white or not a white tier. The only time I really use a white tier yacht is if I'm in a shuttle that's not really good and I find a derelict yacht. Otherwise, I just use them for cash. But yeah, the Dragon is an amazing ship for it, especially considering it's independent. Come on, Allie. No, not mining. Don't worry about rocks right now. We've done plenty of that. Although it would be nice to get a second Zeus going. I don't necessarily feel compelled to rush towards that at the moment. I suppose I could have dropped off my loot first. Hey, fast piercing laser in the trash. Alright, fine. I'll let you mine this small field over here. How about that? You screwed up bad. You just did everything wrong, bro. Everything. I mean, first mistake was thinking that you should fight me at all. You continued to make bad decisions after that. Ooh, another hostile warpin. We're gonna have some fun here then. See, this is what I was talking about. You find a system where you get attacked a lot, and then you can just leave that ship to mine, especially if it's near a station. Now bear in mind, rebels aren't going to buy a lot of those metals. Honestly, Reaper with just about anything is a lot of fun. I mean, you can say that about a lot of ships, but that one kind of takes the cake on that. Ah, damn it, don't dock. Turn that off. You're not supposed to do that when you're mining. It doesn't help. I mean, it's not that you're not supposed to do it, I just prefer they don't. So the Reaper has a weapon capacity of 2 and a single hardpoint, which kind of sounds not great for a yacht, but it's a quad barrel. So it does like 2.5 to 3 times the normal damage of a weapon that you put on it. So it's really effective for fighting, it's really effective at mining, it's a really effective repair ship. It's quick, nimble, it's blue tier. It's just a really good ship if you could find one and you're friendly enough with the miners to get it. It makes a great fleet ship, it makes a decent flagship. It's good for solo running. They're semi-rare, so people don't always find them when they want them, but it's a really impressive ship. If I remember correctly, it's one that Reaper Evolved helped design, one of the early streamers that got into this game when it was really new. Beta, early access. So it's a little different from a lot of the ships in the game. Which is a similar story with the Hephaestus that you get with Ziggy. Ziggy D is a streamer who picked up Star Valor really early in its early access beta. And so he has a custom ship and NPC. Hell yeah. But it's one of those ships that if you don't look carefully, you won't notice that it's actually a lot better than it might look quite at first. So remember that the loot they mine will disappear after 5 minutes from when it drops, so you want to watch a clock. 8:17, 6:17. So when the clock gets to 21 after, I need to head back and go pick up the loot before it starts disappearing. I mean, if you're late, no big deal. You find another system, rocks regenerate. Over time, so no big deal. Well, I got 2 Marauder attacks in a row, but now there's not any. Maybe we'll get some distress signals out here. Still got a little bit of ore to refine. Okay. Welcome, welcome everybody. How we doing today? King the Merciless. The fun that must be had in Discord. Did anybody ping ping? Wow, another asteroid field. So rebels don't buy a lot of the metals like cobalt and stuff like that, but I mean, we've got 270 cargo. Whatever they don't buy, I'll take the most valuable of. Oh, I don't want to fight these guys though. If you clear out pirate hideouts, you'll get fewer Marauder attacks in that particular system. So I'm going to ignore them in the hopes that in the long run it will lead to more ships to destroy. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Those guys will break off the attack, the ones tied to a hideout, but The other ones will chase you a little bit, although sometimes they break off if they're afraid of you, and most of the time they are afraid of me. So I'll go kill the ones that warped in, but try to leave the hideout ones alone. And see, because I have them set to 120, they're automatically looking for more rocks to mine. Like if there's none in their general vicinity, they'll fly towards me, but in flying towards me, if they find more rocks along the way, they'll stop and mine them. As long as they're set to mining roll. If you want them to stop mining, you pretty much have to tell them to stop by cycling them off of it. Okay, we are up to 21 relics. We got more iridium. Oh, you're back? Oh, you didn't find any more rocks? Okay, that's fine. I'll help you out with that. So sometimes, even when it's a really straight shot to get to the next point of interest that I want, sometimes what I do is I will set it anyway, set a waypoint anyway, in case I get attacked or chase a relic. It helps me to get my bearings again. But sometimes I'll set it to like the second or third point of interest that I'll be flying to, just so I kind of, like, I'll go collect what she picked up and then make sure she gets that asteroid field, which she already did, so I don't have to worry. I'm trying to talk him into adding the ability to have multiple waypoints, like a green one, a blue one, a purple one, that you set with different keys. Or even the same one, like if you click here for green, and then click over here for purple, blue, whatever, it just puts one out in sequence, because you can just click on it to pick it back up again. Oh no! Not you. I want to fight this guy. But I don't want to fight those. I'm not trying to clear the hideout. So I'm going to lead them away. That's what I wanted. I wanted him to fly back so that I can take out this one. Perfect. And then I've got debris fields I can go scan while the mining's happening. Beautiful. And of course, you can have more than one ship mining at a time, so you can even buy a dominance to outfit for mining for you. And that thing will really, like, if you have a dominance mining for you, you can take those into the asteroid rush systems. Because I can mine asteroid rush with the ship Allie's using, but she'll have a hard time with it. I won't, but the AI will. But a high-level gunner at a dominance with some really powerful, like 10-point crafted mining weapons, mining beams, they'll break some rocks. They'll make it worthwhile. Especially in the future when our fleet ships get the ability to pick up loot. Those will be amazing days. I look forward to it thoroughly. Alright, so now it's 23 after, so 27 after I need to head back to Allie. Which should be enough time to go hit a couple more of these debris fields. But again, I don't want to fight the pirate hideouts, because I want to keep getting attacked here, although they're not doing very much. Does this thing know more powerful enemies when you craft a Zeus? That's kind of surprising. Maybe he wanted to see how it went first without it, but I bet he considered it. I can almost guarantee you he thought about doing that. But it did not get a lot of beta testing before launch, so we're still kind of testing the Zeus. Just because it's hard to attain. I bet it ends up getting a bounty on it though. if not specifically a Vangi bounty, which would be kind of funny. Like, even if you're friends with the Vangi, if you build a Zeus, they might not like you as much. Or it'll slow down how much you earn reputation with them. Or it could even tick it away slowly. Nah, that would only if it's positive though. You wouldn't want it to constantly go down if you're not actively fighting them. Another asteroid field. So sometimes you won't notice the asteroid field, like you won't get it on your scanner. But if your loot scanner is really wide, you'll see like a little cluster of crystals before your normal scanner detects the asteroid field itself, and that kind of gives you a clue where the asteroid fields are. Feels like cheating sometimes. That one's tiny. Ah, but there's scattered clusters around it. Lucy Walker, Master Gunner. Oh, yeah. Oh, and our armor percent went up. We're over 12,000 now. Sweet. One of the fun things if you fly a sanctuary is that the front of it can scoop rocks. So you can actually grab these little clusters, scoop them up, and push them to where your fleet's already mining. So it just kind of keeps things more organized. Oh, I forgot to go to the station to drop off loot. I hope I don't cap out here. I mean, it's alright if I do. Look, a triple iridium drop. Whoa! Sweet. No way. Ah, they're not really attacking me enough anyway. Let's just destroy the iron and the nickel and the aluminum for now, so I can pick up the rest of this. Because I really want the ore. I can process the ore into iridium possibly, but also into other crafting materials that I need a lot more than iron. %, crew efficiency. Oh, damn. It's going up. Oh, well, not owning a fleet, but also just standard. So I get a crew efficiency bonus no matter what, but then even further if I don't have a fleet. That's pretty cool. Lady Hawk's got a very interesting crew person there. That's one of the unique ones, of course, as you can tell by the portrait. I'm still trying to talk him into getting a bunch of, like, you know how some of those websites you can go to, like what I use for my music, you can do like Shutterstock, where you basically pay a membership and you can use some of their files freely, some of their pictures. He only needs like probably 10 or 20 portraits of each gender. Like somewhere around 30 to 50 would do it. And it wouldn't be very expensive. They don't have to be super high quality, but I think it would really help with other crew if they had little portraits. I think that'd be neat. I don't know how much it would end up costing. Probably be better if you did it as a flat rate. Commercial use. Okay, now they're attacking my other ship, which is kind of a problem. I don't want her to kill them. I kind of wish I could order her to emergency warp, but that's okay. See, as a support role, if they have weapons, they'll still shoot enemies, but they won't like chase them or anything, so I'm just trying to avoid killing these marauders at the pirate hideout so that I'll get attacked by higher tier, by the way. The ones that warp in are all going to be higher tier, better loot, that kind of thing. Which is one of the reasons it's worth waiting. Energy generation tier 5, go George. Yeah, yeah. Look at that, 8%. That's crazy. That's crazy. There it is. Bring it on! A battle computer. Thanks, I guess. And if you run out of things to do in the system, but you want to do some more, you want to get some more materials, you can just help them mine. No big deal. But I love the fact that you can have fleet ships mined for you. It's an excellent investment. They pay for themselves pretty quick. And if you're the kind of person who doesn't want to mine ever, you wouldn't just want to run around and fight, hire somebody to do it for you. It might take a little bit of management to keep them alive and upgraded and all that good stuff, but you'll make money faster. And you won't be hurting for crafting materials. I mean, if you just go straight brawler and all you do is fight, okay, yeah, you'll get crafting materials. It's not like you'll never see any. But having somebody on the side mining for you, you'll get a lot more. It goes up quick. Plus it's experience, you'll level up faster for your skills and stuff. There's just no reason not to, unless I can understand if even that much, even just hiring someone to do it for you, I totally understand if that even that's too tedious for some people. I get it. I get it. You know, you want it to be a hack and slash game, and it can be, so why not just do that? There's nothing wrong with that. The game allows for it. I mean, heck, you know, you can form a party like you're playing Diablo or World of Warcraft. You can put your fleet ships where one's a tank, one's a missile boat like a mage, and, you know, one's a DPS on the front like a rogue, and then one's a repair ship, and you can play any of those roles, and if you do it right, your fleet ships can play any of those roles, and it can be a lot of fun. And so if you're focused on that, and you don't really want to stop to mine all the time, you don't really want to do any of that stuff, don't. The choice is yours, and yours alone. Nice. And? Okay, I could take that with me, but I'm not gonna. We're going to tag it and bag it. And, yep, mining colony. Cool. Uh-oh. So a really good unicorn system for combat is finding a system where you have an enemy and a friendly station. But if you want to do it for hunter fleets, the enemy station has to be the controlling faction. Here it's not, so close but no cigar. So all that time I went from 415,000 to 490, right? But then, so I made over 100,000. Now, granted, Ali's and an Achilles, not every ship is going to mine that fast, but I will say that a fleet of like a few frigates or a bunch of yachts, they will mine very fast. Ali's just got the equivalent of like 3 or 4 heavy mining lasers compared to standard hardpoints. So if you get like 3 or 4 Hawks, you know, the mining Corvette, or something similar to that, then it'll be just as fast. Now you'll invest well over 100,000 doing that. In fact, 3 Hawks is about almost 100,000 by itself, let alone the gear to put on them. But it pays for itself really quick, and you'll eventually make more money. So it's totally worthwhile if you can stand investing the time into it, which I almost always do. Even when I'm focusing on combat, I like to invest time in at least a small mining fleet. It's not AFK cash, but it's about as close as you're gonna get. Although technically, if I wanted AFK cash, I could go park in like, you know, a level 20 system, and then just put something on the spacebar so explosives don't push me around. Just like lean a water bottle on it so my ship will stay still. That I could walk away from, and you won't make a lot of money. You'll make more money in building and investing in a mining fleet for your time. But if you really want AFK cash, that's one way to do it. It's probably the only way to do it. But you do risk a hunter fleet coming in and ruining your day, so be warned. No guarantees. When warp drives can take you several parsecs away, guarantees don't mean much. Oh, they didn't buy the samarium. Okay. Wow. Almost 300 refined metal, 200 scrap. So if I wanted to, I got 60 green crystals. Not sure why I did that. Hot damn. So a really effective thing with crafting is that it gives you a comparison to any weapon, whether it's crafted or pre-existing, and you click check raw stats. See how at 100% 7197? You have to switch the screen to refresh it, but 7197, that's what show raw value does, is it puts it at 100%. So when you're comparing weapons, it helps to show raw values because it takes off all the bonuses, all the buffs, everything. So you can actually see which one's a better weapon for a specific slot. Oh, overload. I'm like, why is this not better though? It should be. I don't know if that's worth it. I don't know the recipe on this one exactly. Was it just that? Oh, it's just that? Okay, so the best I can do, because they're continuous, 3-point. I can't do dual core continuous because that's a 4-point weapon. I need them to be 3 for these. So I don't know, maybe it would be better to add point defense lasers, 1 point, or repair beams, or alternating. Oh yeah, point defense cuts everything in half. So then you can add another core. Point defense. But I like to have a little bit of the range. I may add point defense, basic point defense lasers, or even craft some single point defense. Oh, I guess I don't have to move for that one. Oh, I don't know if you can do point defense mining lasers. That's hilarious. That's a good point. You can do that. Although gunners cannot be told to automatically mine, they will take an order for it. If you click a rock and then press F, they'll attack it. But when you've got, you know, 8 hard points on each side of your ship, that can get a little tedious. You're just sitting there, click rock F, click F, click F, click F. Not sure I want to go that route, but in theory it can be done. Oh, wait. It's worked. Oh, because it's 50% free booster. I don't have one free booster. I've got half of a free booster. I have that. So that would not really be awesome at all. However, it would be a bit of an improvement. Big improvement. Basically double. But also double heat and triple power. Let's see, if I make 8 of those, right? Or I guess I would just make 6. I don't need them back here. I would just make 6 of those. That would put me up to 44. Nah, I'd rather save that space, honestly. I'm going to leave these all as 2-point. And I should make some new spinal mounts. That's what I should be doing. And remember that that will get cut in half. And I have others that will, I have crew that will mitigate it as well. Wow. Ridiculous. Okay, so that's 500, 400, with 100 range and 500 damage. Oh, those are... Wait, what? Oh, they're free. Okay, so I do have to do that. Yeah, but they're going to be spinal anyway, so I'm not too worried about range. They're going to go plenty distance. So this doesn't look as good as the other one. So that's 150 range. That'll knock it down to 100. This does more damage, but a lot more heat. So, do I have 72 scrap? I think I do. Yeah, easy. 50 crystals, barely. So, microchips, 80 copper, 40 nickel. Let's see, am I missing anything? I guess I want range. They are free. speed doesn't do anything for a beam. So range is really the only thing to do. Okay, so we're gonna save before I make this thing. Yeah, see, the problem is if I add PD to the outer mounts, then I lose having enough capacity for these two. So right now the weapons in those are 4-point. If I take them out and then take these two off the back, I still don't have enough. Although I will have this for another 6 eventually, so I can put them back on. But I can always replace these as well. So I'm already running into a cap on space, which is why I want to make these and not the point defense. Do they even have the necessaries? They even have green crystal. Look at that. Alright, so once more we'll save. And build 2. Equip them to the only slots that can handle them. Make sure we have the right crew here. Yep. Which, by the way, they might get better. They could... Hey, they're already learning more. Okay, so these do basically 170. They'll fire for 3 seconds. I take 127 off of that. So they'll be generating 40 heat per second for 3 seconds, which is less than 180. So I should be able to sustain these. I don't know about the power. Yeah, okay, the power not so much. If we turn everything off, we'll see. This is where capacitors come in handy, by the way. If anybody had never thought about using capacitors and nitro cooling to make their spinal weapons even more obnoxious and absurd, that's one way to do it. It can save you a lot of space on excessive generators, battery, and heat sinks. They're much more compact. Although you do have to carry around the nitro and the energy cells, and energy cells you have to sit there and spam the key as your battery starts draining. But, I mean, if it gets you some extra shielding on your ship, why not? I can't tell, did the battery 0 or not? Next time I'll just fire one and see what happens. 1,000 per second. But it's more like 700, but then times 2 by 3 seconds. So yeah, the battery should be holding. Let's just do 1. See, look at the heat. It goes up to yellow, but does not go over. So that's a success. No way to make them any hotter than that. $121. I don't think these will overload, the 126s, but they're toward the front anyway. The rest of them all have minor, well, some of them have minor heat reductions. I have all the point defense I need on the front, so I don't really need it around the sides. So that heat sink allowed me, I do need to make some more upgrade kits, but that lets me put on more power so that I'm not running out on those systems as quickly. Okay, so I need 2 basic upgrade kits. Oh, those were my... So these were my spinal mounts before, and then I had heavy lasers on these two. So now these two are better than heavy lasers by a lot. Pretty much almost twice as powerful. Almost as good a range. Close enough. I'll take the damage, honestly. Not enough space. Wah, wah. Now that I've got better engines on this thing, I'm a lot more prone to chasing relics. I guess it helps if I turn the booster on. Sector fully explored. No. No what? You want more point defense? Just cuz? Oh, yeah, no, it's not draining. Okay, thank you. Yes. I could do the math that I basically had about 200 spare energy left in the battery at the end, give or take, but it was all just rough estimates. Ah, I missed it. I need to upgrade those collector beams. Yeah, sure. Pick it up on the way back. And a Taurus just hanging out. Wow. Yeah, you can imagine if you take out the huge battery and just leave the large to give yourself some buffer, you can use a capacitor. And you're going to carry energy cells anyway, so use them for warping as well, since you're nerfing your battery. Oh, it's a defender. Cute. And it's a trap. Why wouldn't it be a trap, right? So just line it up to where the ship that you're gonna push is between you and the green arrow, which is why I marked the stations. Now the reason I'm not using nitro and energy cells is because nothing's threatening me enough that I feel like I need more power. So there's no reason for me to deal with the extra effort of managing the energy cells and the nitro tanks and all that stuff. But when it comes to the big fleet battles, the hunter fleets, they can really come in handy. A lot. Ooh. I don't know if I'll ever use that. I mean, it's cool. It's a wacky ship and it's fun and very effective for mining. Okay, so those two and that. Those two. So I need 4 of these. Let's just buy a fat stack of chips. I'll lose money buying them and selling the leftovers later, but I don't care. Oh, the Taurus? Hey, if you're into mining or close combat fighting, they're fun. They're lots of fun. They even make decent missile boats. And they also make good counter missile boats. It's not the best use of their space, but those 2 forward points, if you add like point defense to them, then any drone or missile that comes toward you, you basically just eat it. It's such it's a missile boat, an anti-missile boat. If it's fast and nimble, you can scoop up shuttles and yachts in it and just obliterate them with basic weapons. I would avoid putting flak in there just because it's already pointed at yourself. It's gonna get weird, but you can. I'm not going to tell you that you can't do it. Okay. And just for the coverage, just in case. Where are they? Okay. And then these two. Uh-oh, looks like I need another 10-pack. So I just made 30 improved upgrade kits. And that. Now, I'm upgrading these. They'll stop any missile already. These mess up any missiles already, but they also help with shooting down small ships up front, so I like to upgrade those too. Okay, what else? Oh yeah, that. Might as well, right? And then I still got 23 relics. And I'll find more, so I might as well just use them. Eek. I don't really care about the flashlight. That was pointless. Unless... Haha. Is that close enough? Whoops. Should only be 3 of those. 6.9. Can I use the Mark IVs yet? Just give me the Mark IVs. I can use those now, right? Yes! $130, $112, $150. There. $6.9 is my max. That's good enough for 1 space. I just used up a lot of relics on experimenting. But I have 300 shield recharge and 2500 shield. And I could raise that without these. So, I think that's okay. Sell back materials not used. And then fill that space with something. I guess you. You never have too much power when you're running a cloaking device. Almost. There. Permacloak without boost. However, I could keep my shields up and just drop my engines. Oh. Turn off the light. That's 1 power. What is fluctuating over here? That was weird. Oh well. Alright, so this thing just got ridiculously more powerful. Weapon upgrades, shielding upgrades. And it was already ridiculously powerful. The really fun thing would be trading ships with Allie and seeing how well she does with this thing. I bet that would get silly as hell. We'll try it later on. Definitely try it later on. But for now, I can pretty much run with everything on and not worry about it consuming too much power. As long as I don't fire both spinals at the same time, I really don't have to worry about it. Whoops. I leveled up murdering a civilian. Sorry. All of them. There's almost no bad perks in this game. There's some that you might not get, like, you don't want to get Star Killer if you're trying to be friends with the Vang Yi, but other than situations like that, there's not a lot of bad perks. In fact, I should probably... Yeah, there's a couple I haven't got yet. Like Perfect Predator. I need to get Perfect Predator, which will make most of my weapons ridiculously more powerful. Unfortunately, that one's not always easy to get. But yeah, at least I have that much going already. Let's see. Master Engineer. His efficiency would be really nice if... But yeah, the speed booster cost reduction and max speed on that, amazing help. Not to mention the armor, energy generation, hit point regen. Oh, and I'm getting a shield buff and gunner ability, which means that he would make a really amazing pilot for a fleet ship. If I weren't so dead set on using my NPC on my own ship. That's a debris field. Okay, so let's see. Perfect Predator. Higher level enemy, full armor, bigger ship than yours, within 3 seconds of emerging from cloak. So that's something I would want to do to dreadnoughts with my cruiser. And then I would get a 20% damage increase and cloaking device energy cost reduction. That'd be nice. Battleship raid would be a lot more power. So just those two alone, I would get like a 50% damage increase. Well, 30 to 30. Oh, I have my ways. Actually, I might use a Lao Shu for it. Put a really gnarly custom burst on a Lao Shu and just whatever I kill, I kill. These two are neat, but I'm gonna have a hard time getting them at my level. Otherwise, there's really not that many left that I need really bad. I could get fun with maps, but my speed booster cost 15%. That would drop about 40 power off my speed booster cost. 35 maybe. I've got Battle Rush. Do I have Combat Genius? I don't think I ever got Combat Genius. It's only 5% weapon damage, but I mean, it's free. Nope, don't have Combat Genius either. So, hey, maybe that's a thing to do, is to go find my Lao Shu and my Lao Shu and get a couple of perks. Hell, even the bad boy would be good for it with the wide weapon ports. I could burst the hell out of stuff with that. But the Lao Shu I could do quicker because I wouldn't have to be as picky. It's around here somewhere. Maybe I got it really early game. I think I did. No? I would craft something like some kind of flak burst weapon. Either plasma cannon or a regular cannon. swear I had a Lao shoe on this save. Maybe I'm mistaken. Or maybe it disappeared like my Archimedes. Or I could just be looking in the wrong places. Guardian's not a bad way to go, but it doesn't have a built-in. There it is. I guess we'll get the experience for clearing the system out. It's gonna be hard to park this thing after all that work, but it's just more work to put into making this more powerful, so... Oh. Jesus. What the fuck? What did you blow up? Oh. Wow, there is no collision damage though. I don't have collision damage on. What happened? Allie, you're insane. What did you do? Oh, that kills people! Oh. That is my least favorite thing to do. Railguns might be the way to go. Must have been. That was highly unusual. I've had that happen with collision damage on. In fact, I had a permadeath run end because I was in a small ship and hostiles warped in. I changed direction, but they decided to warp in on top of me anyway. And I exploded when they warped. And I don't care what happens to that Theseus, honestly. I really don't even actually want the shark. It's just there's no reason not to take it. Maybe I'll jump over it later. Some water skis. Pathetic. I'm only hitting you with my point defense. Ali just mined out a V5. Bravo, Ali, bravo. So I'll look at a few different weapon types. You're probably right though, railguns are probably the way to go. Especially if I was doing it in a frigate or cruiser, they would definitely be the way to go, because then you'd be attacking dreadnoughts and they have multiple hitboxes, so the piercing on your railguns would be a little more. Pierces up to 4 targets. Does that mean you could hit 5, right? That means you could hit 5 targets. What if you got perfect Predator from 1 cloaking because you lined up a bunch of dreadnoughts and just blasted them all instantly? Insta-kill. That would be the best video ever, I think. Let's get Ali in here, see what gear they have that I might... Yep, thank you. And that... No, I'm not going to need that. No, none of that stuff. I doubt I'm going to need armor. Everything else I can scavenge off of this thing, like gyros. Those were purple, right? I don't think I'll need a third ion reactor, but maybe. Raise damage. I guess that's it though, huh? Oh, is that my best battle computer? That's hilarious, sad. I do have 3.0s. Okay. Yes, I'm that lazy. I'll buy... 10 chips, even if I don't need them all. Oh, I'm out of scrap. Oh well. Okay. Just sink it all, just in case. Even a shark would not be a terrible way to do this, but again, this one's got it built in, so... I bet I have a better engine somewhere, and I bet that it won't matter. That'll work. Probably don't need all 3 of those. We'll see. Just so the big targets that I go after don't murder me. $2 dB. Hang on. Damage. Damage booster. Oh, no, I should have known that. I should have realized that's what you meant. I'm just not 100% focused on one thing at the moment, so... Wow. That maxes out my turning. Surprise. Yeah, I'll take the light armor, just to avoid death. I kind of want the lithium for lighter weight, but I really don't need it. I just need to avoid dying. Oh, I guess I need a warp drive. Well, that's plenty of power. What if I don't? Yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay. That's kind of scary. It's not terrifying, but scary. Do not accidentally sell the Zeus. I would cry. Alright, so custom weapons. Let's see, I don't have Dogfighter, so I don't have that bonus space, but I think I'll be okay without it. I don't have a speed booster, but I don't really need that. 55 speed, I should be able to keep up with targets that are a little bit bigger. The only way they're going to get away is if I don't kill them in 3 seconds, so... Yeah, that's true. I mean, building it would take 10 hours, but all that gear at the same time, I mean, this save is less than 20 hours old, I think. Right? Yeah, 18.8. Most of the time has been put into the Zeus and it's really, and mining. Alright, so if I have 4 space and I'm gonna craft a railgun and I don't care if it overloads, then I should just make it a single yeah, it's a 5-second recharge. Wow, let me put 5 crit on it. Oh, I need a battery so I can actually fire the damn thing. Okay, we'll take it down to 38. I don't need more than that. I'm not using explosives now, so... just enough. Although I'm going to be decloaking, so I don't want it to charge. Wait, when did it go to 8? I thought... oh, rail cores are 2, huh? Ha 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 ha. There. 7 seconds per shot. Is that... can't make it rapid fire. Okay, so it's just a ship that's... let's double check that, right? I gotta make sure I pick the right targets. It just has to be higher level enemy, full armor, and a bigger ship. So I'm gonna be dealing with mostly level 50 yachts. Okay, they don't have to have stars. It just has to be a yacht or bigger. Normally I have, I forgot rails were automatically dual core. I don't have enough scrap metal. Oh, I just spent all my scrap. Allie. We have to relocate, kid. Not a problem. It does not take long to get that much scrap. Well, we're not going to get it here, but... do that later. Good opening salvo. They weren't projectiles, but I'll call it whatever I want. There we go. $55 from Sleepy, so I'm getting 99 per second repair. That's not bad. I lost my light armor, so that's why it's so much lower. I didn't lose it, I just put it on the Lao shoe. That guy's like, whoa, but why? How much scrap was it? Like 30? Some ridiculous amount. Allie, what are you doing? You're a freaking weirdo. Quit it. Oh, is that it? Oh yeah, the 30 was when it was an 8-point. Iridium! I'll have that second Zeus in no time. It'll only take another 8 hours after I get these 2 perks. Well, the nice thing about the Lao shoe that I'm making is I can get all the other perks with it. Combat Genius, Raid, and... Damn it, I'm just gonna open the page because I keep forgetting. There. Combat Genius, defeat an elite silver star enemy that has a ship at least... Okay, that's easy. That's usually Ravager Guardians. With the Lao shoe, I just need to find... do they ever have Corvette Guardians? No, I'll find Gate Guards. That's easy enough. Perfect Predator. Yep. And then Battleship Raid, defeat 5 Ravager bosses your level or higher using a yacht or shuttle. So, yeah. Easy peasy. Just go Ravager hunting with the Lao shoe. Not quite enough scrap yet, but we're still refining. I could probably just hit some... Oh, it's a nebula though, it's not a ship graveyard. Definitely need more relics. Glad that one's flying at me already. Maybe there's some ship graveyards I could hit. But even then, I still have to come back and gather the stuff, so I might as well, with these small piles, I might as well just help her burn through it real quick. Oh, you have it open right now? What's the exact scrap cost on that? Oh shit. Nice. So now I have enough. Except... Uh-oh. Give me all of those. I can carry all of that? It's only 10 grand? That's only 50 space. I'll take it. This guy's an idiot. That's more than I'll ever need, right? Aluminum. Refined. Well, I've got lots of that. Okay, good. So that's it. That's enough then, right? I always think of the guy in that movie, whenever I'm on a mining spree. There's that old movie, PCU, from the early 90s. With Jeremy Piven and David Spade and a bunch of other weirdos. And there's this one guy whose thesis requires him to watch TV nonstop because he's got this theory that these two actors are always on TV at the same time. And then he finally finds a movie he'd never heard of that has both actors. Like, his entire college thesis was that no matter what, these two actors are always on TV. One of these two actors is always on TV, one or the other. And he finally found a movie where it was both of them at the same time. And he's like, I can stop watching TV! This is the ultimate thing! And I'm like, that's how I feel when I'm done mining. It's just like, ah, I can stop now. That was enough. I've done the thing. Two rail cores, boosted, armor piercing, overload. No, you cannot charge while cloaked. But if you have a 1 second charge, and you're not more than a second away, because it's a 7-second cooldown, so if they don't die on the first shot, oh well, then it's a loss. I'll have to recloak and start over. So I can charge for 1 second and assume that it'll take about 1 second to get there and still be within the time frame. Even a third charging at 1.5 would probably be acceptable, maybe even 2. So I think I'll try it at 2. 2 second charge. Oh yeah, that's easy. This thing accelerates instantly. Whoop. But it's small, so you might miss. But I could. Remember I said I was only putting that much shielding on to protect me from my own explosives, so I don't need it. What was the power requirement? 144? Fine, we'll slap another battery on. There. 55 over 200. That should work. So, did I get 32 scrap? Oh, thank God. Okay. Because it went up to 16. Am I missing anything? Oh, damage booster. Oops. Boosters are free. And they don't increase the cost of scrap, so aluminum, copper. I'm only making 1. I don't know why I was thinking I was making 2 of these. I'm only making 1, so 16 scrap was all I needed, but it doesn't suck to have a little extra, plus I'm going to be upgrading it, so it'll be even more damage than that. Once again, we save, even though all I did was a recipe and that won't save. Armor piercing, overload, charging. Explode would lower the damage, I think. So that's it, really. Unless I want to put... What's our critical chance here? 90? So critical damage bonus would be amazing. There's no damage bonus in tier 3. No damage bonus in tier 1. So just... Good God. Alright, so I just need 13 copper and 9 aluminum. Oh, that's not hard. That's a good point, though. But we can also test... I have one that specializes in damage, I think. Range. Maybe not. So let's see, if he's 6... Oh, I'm on the Zeus. I'm like, wait, what? I still haven't done any of the ship enhancements on the Zeus. Oh, I can only carry 1,000. There. Eight slugs. 8 slugs. So, yeah. Still only a couple hundred. But let's not forget. Jesus. I have to get right on top of them because of the projectile speed. I only have that 1 second for the kill to land, but I mean, again, only. There. Even a tiny bit more, almost 2,000 damage. So let's see. Oh, but what's the work cost? Oh, that's not bad. That's within my battery. But I can still increase that a little bit. What's my cloak time? Almost positive. Ah! So that could be a problem. I might need to go ahead and bump that up. So I pretty much have to get right on top of something, cloak, and then immediately decloak so that I have enough power. But I should probably go ahead and relic those two. So I'm gonna put this in the Discord real quick. Yeah, the critical shots will be almost 4,000, and it will always crit, theoretically. And it's got a range of 160, but I can't really take advantage of that. Oh, brutal. Alright. So this is going to be basically for all 3 achievements, right? All 3 perks. Battleship raid, defeat 5 Ravager bosses your level or higher using a yacht or shuttle. I've got that range and cloaking. Oh, by the way, yeah, I can permacloak. Forgot about that. I even have 2 space. I could probably just put a reactor on. Or more batteries. Let's see what I need to permacloak here. Oh, that's it? Just normal shielding. I'm not using a booster, so I can permacloak at full speed. 66. 67. Oh! Oh, oh, oh! Glad I saved. 1 mine was all it took. That was awesome. Because I had saved, I'm glad that happened. It was fun. If I hadn't saved, that would have been just absolute horror to have to redo everything I just did. Although redoing it would be a billion times faster than the first time I did it. But nevertheless, immensely painful. Okay, so Battleship raid is Ravagers. And then we've got Combat Genius, Elite Silver Star enemy, two ship sizes bigger, 2 levels higher. Yep, we're gonna do it. It's gonna happen. In fact, you can overlap Combat Genius and Perfect Predator a little bit if you get the right stuff. Do I have better than Iridium? Do I have a 4? Iridium's 3-point, right? I do have the 4-point. Let's get a little more range going since I upgraded the battery anyway. Oh, even that probably isn't doing enough to be worth it. I could get more warp range. If I needed it. Alright, so we're gonna... I don't think I'm missing anything. I guess I need energy cells though. No, I can warp off the battery. That's right. Actually, flying to this gate might take longer than a warp recharge. Oh, now I gotta find a gate without a... Oh wait, that would have been perfect. No, it just has to be higher level than me. Where'd that guy go? Okay, maybe a scanner would have been a good idea. Hopefully that counted, because that hurt. I don't have lateral thrusters. I can't dodge roll these guys. If I take off that combat mod... and then take a Pathfinder. Damn you! Oh, I didn't put on a... Whoops. I need lateral thrusters. Maybe it still counted. We'll know soon. That's maybe 3? Because I took Ziggy instead of Sleepy, my armor doesn't auto-regen. Ah, damn. Oh well. That'll do. So, theoretically, one more if I'm not doing something wrong. They just have to be higher level than me. And a bigger ship. So, okay, it looks like one of them might have missed. Damn. I don't know, the 2-second charge might be too much. Nope, I got it. Alright, one more time. Okay, so avoid that corner. Damn. Oh, was he not higher level or what? Is it 2 levels higher? The range might just be too much. Damn. Them's a lot of missiles. There we go. You want those. Whoa! Alright. Oh, by the way, large weapons plus 20% damage. Guess what's a large weapon? My delete key only gets stronger over time. Five Ravager bosses. Oh, Lord. But there's no time on this one. I just have to do it in a yacht or shuttle. Now, it's a good idea to cloak when I go in. That did not work. This is going to be really difficult. It might be better to find a yacht for this. Wow. Like 140. 160. Wait. Yeah, 160 with a projectile speed of 160. Oh! Maybe if I go in without cloaking, shoot him from off screen, and then cloak afterward. I see what you're saying. It's only 8 rails per shot, so I can kind of play with the range here. Uh-oh. Damn it. I guess so. Maybe I should use torpedoes then. Okay, now I've got him targeted. Although I don't know if he has any shielding though. Don't mind me. I'm just sitting here hanging out. May have to resort to hit and run tactics. Woo! I have no way to regenerate. This thing does get a drone bay though. Alright. Yeah, I might just skip that one and go to a different Ravager. I have a feeling that's going to be the smartest play. Green. Now I gotta carry drones around. No problem. There we go. Yeah, I think skipping that one's going to be the right play. Hey, welcome Fire Smoke. How's it going? I hit a mine. That was otherwise going to be perfect, but I had to hit a mine. You get caught looking at one thing. That warp charge time is obnoxiously fast. Okay, let's make sure he's not a different Ravager this time. Nope, still a crappy... Oh, that's a Marauder. You know how screwed you are, bud? You got lucky. Let the Ravager kill the Marauders. Marauder hideout cleared. I cloak. Grabs. See if the loot's worth grabbing. It's not. I killed your friend. Which is a good time to save, especially after a few repairs. Let's see what he's got armor-wise. Oh, he's getting repaired too. Good reason to kill his people off. I've got the piercing. He's almost down to half his hull, but he's still getting repaired. So he's got self-repair. You wanna try again? Yeah, nice, there's combat genius. That's what, 5% damage? That hit. Nope, no hit there. Whoops. Well, that's why I brought extras. Wow, that did like 7,000 or 8,000. You'd think the drone would be cloaked too. What, the big ship? The one that I'm fighting? Yeah, it's not going to be quite as decked out, but you can get that model. Oh yeah, because it's charging. Well, that'll come later. I mean, look how much extra power we have, you know? My battery can charge this thing. Flux generator I would just put in place of, I guess, one of the batteries. Or one of the generators would give you a warp diverter. Actually, a warp diverter is free. It's 0. I don't know why. Thank you. I didn't think about that. Warp diverters are free on space. They don't take up any. And this thing recharges so fast. You're absolutely correct. 1 flux charge for plus 83% damage. Oh my god! Too bad it doesn't give it a little range push too. We're going crazy. I think I have one. Yep. Holds 2 flux, 6.5 seconds. Boom, there's a flux. And the warp drive is already recharged. Now, what is your deal, bro? What an irritating little ship. That's not my level, so it won't count. No Ravager. Too low level. Excuse me. You're lucky this weapon is designed for big boats and not your tiny dumbass. $11,000. There you go. This warp drive is so fast, I don't know why I bother looking for anything. There we are. Oh, of course, it's a nebula. That's all you can say. Ooh, no hit. They're like, dude, we can still see your drone for God's sake. Wow, he's already pretty much full again. I saw that. Hey, cheater. You're not supposed to be able to see the drone either. No fair. Bye now. Night night. Oh, you guys want to get revenge, huh? Too damn bad. Aww. Alright, we need to find the gate so we can save. Do a little repair work in the meantime. Yeah, asteroids don't have damage reduction, so they just take the whole amount. Oh, they might have damage reduction, but it's low. Damn it. It's not gonna count if there's a fucking marauder taking and hitting him. I have to do all the damage. I hate when they warp in right as I engage the Ravager. It's like, fuck you. You're making my life stupid, not hard. No! Did that hit? I think it hit. Ah, that almost hit. $14. $3. Still want to fight. Well, guess what? I don't. Guess whose opinion matters more? Not yours. Feel free to fuck off. Ah, shit. Just a tiny bit more. I almost two-shot a Ravager with a shuttle. Damn. You know, normally I go out of my way to collect any orange, but Ultra Cannon's not really doing the thing for me. I would, but I decided I didn't care. I usually find a few orange Ultra Cannons when I start farming fleets anyway. Hunter fleets. Pirates and Bangy, they'll drop them. Too soon. Oh! Woo, buddy. So I've got Perfect Predator and Combat Genius. I don't need to do anything but kill the Ravagers. Damn, another near two-shot. Get off my nuts. Damn it. I don't know if this one's gonna count or not. Ah! Yes, it did. Still not bad. Did I hit? Yep. Shit. A mine. I hit a mine. Now I know where that mine is. There's so... I know I'm close to them, but like... moving this fast in a tiny ship, I don't really notice them that much. I don't think that hit. Yeah, pretty much. What if real life was like a video game? Well, Tom Cruise's life is like a video game, so he stars in a movie where his life is like a video game. Hell yeah, do it. Oh, you don't know the Discord? Crap. I forgot. I think it's just Star Valor, but like, I don't know if I have a link for it anywhere. There, Battleship Raid. Let's go save. That is one nasty Lao shoe. Oh my god! I looked away! I have to do it again. Whee! Oh, the Reaper. Reaper's a badass yacht. I talk about it all the time. Didn't mean to hit that mine, but I did it anyway. Hit that fucking mine. Yeah. Bye. I'll send somebody else to come pick you up, but it ain't gonna be me. Oops. Did not mean to double tap that, but oh well. Sit very still. Warp somewhere safe. Ta-da! No more mine. One shuttle, one weapon. Oh, thank you. Yes, it very much caters to my playstyle. I mean, wow. I'm gonna have a hard time putting this thing away. Uh-oh, more mines. Just sit very still. Not. Hell yeah. Oh, it's that one. What? I act mad about warping in on top of that guy, but then I turn around and one-shot him, so like, I guess I'm not that mad. Now I can two-shot Ravagers, now that I have the perk from killing Ravagers. So this thing does 2300 now. Part of it is raising your critical chance, which I don't need. It's up to 119. Oh! That means it's over 100 without Ziggy. Where did I leave it? There it is. Like, I knew it was one of these systems, but I can't remember which one. Yeah, with orange, it would go up to like 40. Okay. Now, without Ziggy, I think we lose some damage, right? 2310. Oh, no? What the? Oh, just on crit, but critical damage bonus. Is there a cap on critical damage bonus? Oh, you have to look at the DPS, that's right. 1292 versus only 1000. But that doesn't account for the cooldown, so those aren't very accurate. So railguns take, this one takes 7 seconds to cool down because it's charging. 2, 3, 4, 5. But it only takes 3 seconds for you to be able to fire it again based on strictly thermals. So this particular one I'm not going to use on the Zeus. But I could. But I'll use something similar to it. Alright, back to the Zeus. Oh wait. There were a couple of things that I borrowed from other ships. What else was there? Was it one of the ion reactors? They are rare. They are incredibly rare. If you're looking for large fleets to fight, you're better off going to an enemy sector and waiting around till they send a hunter fleet after you. I got a lot of money out of that too. Yeah, that one's hard to get. Those can be really hard to get. I don't have them either. I have the defense one, but not the attack one. The defense one I got pretty early in before I even got... I got the defender one before I even found an asteroid rush or a destroyed 200 junk. Did any good at mining. So that was... yeah, that was tough. Yeah, exactly. They ask for my permission. The docking clamps are on my ship. I clamp onto them. The only things that look big enough that don't make this thing look tiny are the Vangi and Children of Terra large battle stations. Everything else looks tiny next to these. And still not level 50 after killing all those Ravagers. Once I'm level 50, I'll be taking that very last to get 6 extra weapon space so I can get my front point defense back online with both of them. I think this was... where did that come from? Oh, I meant to put that on the other ship. So what am I missing then? An ion? Yeah, that's gonna be next. So now I have to go get more scrap and well, let's just say if I do the whole ship in rails, then that's gonna be like probably 100 to 200. No, it's probably gonna be like 200 or 300 scrap. Probably. Which means I need more relics and just tons of scrap. Oh wow, you can go to 32 with that? Gee whiz. That's ridiculous. It's single shot though, right? 10 slugs. So even if it overheats, it doesn't matter. It's just gonna shoot one, right? 69 scrap. Just for one of the... Okay, so it doesn't matter if it overheats, but actually that I can manage. If I had a few more heat sinks, the spinal would cut it down to 223, and I've got some specialist gunners that can take it further than that. And cooling down 200 is something I've done before, even without nitro. So we're not done here. I don't have to put any Nadalo or heat sinks on it. The question is, do I want it to explode or not? Or maybe one does and one doesn't, so I have the option. Yeah, I may raise the charging. So if we max out explode radius to 8, right? Let's see. 322. It effectively cuts the damage in half, give or take. Right? The damage per shot's not... Well, kinda. It's pretty much there. 1000 heat. 1500 damage per rail. 629 DPS, but that doesn't count the cooldown, really. Or 3000 per shot. 19 slugs. 3000 per shot. Range 220. And to be fair, range 300. Which can be further increased. If I had switched to the Lao Shu just now and chased it, that would have been faster. I'd be there by now. Alright, so before I go any further dreaming up weaponry, I need to get that scrap going. Now the asteroid field here I've cleared once, but it's pretty much completely well, it's mostly rejuvenated. So I'm gonna leave Ali here while I go and hit a couple of debris fields. And I don't mind building new weapons right after I just upgraded all these because I enjoy Ravager hunting. I enjoy having the options of different weapons. I'm not going to get good loot out of these because they're high level, but I'll get tech level out of them. And remember, I'm set up for mining here. I could get 18 space back to add 3 more shield generators and still have a little bit of space for some more chargers. Oh, hell yeah. Woo, man. That is such a great find. That's one of the most satisfying orange, well, especially for people like me who prefer cruisers and dreadnoughts. That is one of the most satisfying loot drops. The only thing that tops that for me is like an orange Vangie large reactor, or an orange optronic computer, the damage model, or like if you found an orange Nadalo combat mod, those are always nice. But the improved repair system is right up there with them because, well, repair and shield recharge, they're active, so it's basically damage resistance. The more shield recharge you have, the more damage resistance you have at one time, which is why smaller ships with only a single hitbox benefit from higher recharge shielding than they do shield absorbers. Because it actively resists damage being done to you. Unless you get one-shotted. You know, if they one-shot you, you're done. Well, I mean, any auto repair system's better than nothing, but I definitely got excited when I finally found the improved model on this run. I don't have Mark V engines, but I do have Orange Mark IV, so that's not bad. Still not bad. These mines so much better than the old ones. When they fly away like that, all awkward and kind of wiggling around, it looks like they're moping. Like she's sad that I had to come up and help her. But you know, I don't like being micromanaged either, so I don't blame her. Well, let me put it to you like this. Do you know how these get built? The only way to get a Zeus is to craft. And the best way to get crafting materials is mining. And the best way to mine is with big giant weapons like these. I could make long range mining lasers or really powerful short range ones, but it's not as efficient. I find really powerful regular weapons to be the fastest way to mine. Oh shit, I found a derelict Lao shoe? Well, now I've got 2 of those. But wait, I didn't start with it. Did he make it so you can have... Uh-oh. Where did that come from? That was a regular derelict. That wasn't a distress signal. I didn't think that was supposed to happen. I thought you had to scavenge those. And I've already found one in this game. I started with an Achilles in this game, so I have 2 Lao shoes in the game and I didn't start with one. Curtain, how's it going? I'm slowly working my way towards a second Zeus. I went ahead and built a Lao shoe to get Perfect Predator, Combat Genius, and Battleship Raid really fast. You should have been here for that, it was pretty amazing. I made a 4-point railgun that was doing like 10,000 damage to Ravagers on a shuttle. Oh nice, it lists their damage bonuses. The multipliers were out of control. Oh, it doesn't have enough power to fire it. I was gonna slap some ammo in real quick, but that's okay. It's still there, in the archives. First frigate, hell yeah. Do you have a short list, or are you just kind of looking around to see what's out there? Children of Terra missions. Once you become a rebel... Oh. Once you become a rebel, they'll give you some missions to do, and so you work your way towards it, and then eventually you get, spoiler alert, cover your eyes and ears if you don't want to know how to get a Zeus, but I kind of already told you. But then you do this. Just let that menu soak, let that recipe soak in for a second. Ah, well, the Vang Yi have a dreadnought as well, and it's kind of the same thing, so... it sounds like you're gonna get V6 before you get a Zeus, which I haven't used a V6 yet, so unless I'm gonna go pull another 10-hour, well, on top of 4 hours, I may do the V6 tomorrow. Oh shit, Laios, thank you. Holy shit. Wow, what the Ermagerd. What a badass. Sweet mother of Bree. Yeah, so, whoa, that kind of, my brain's all bubbly now. Feel like I got pockets of air in my head. I like the armor spec on this thing, minus 2,920. Like, okay, I get it, it's tiny. So, Laios, I started this save, not to greet you with a complaint, but thank you for the gift. I have work for you to do. That's how it feels. But I don't know if you meant for this to happen, but I found 2 Lao shoes in one game. One from scavenging, and one was just a random derelict, not a distress call. I started the game with an Achilles, so it's not a starter ship. No, the Vang Yi and the Children of Terra are mortal enemies. So, the Vang Yi, if you kind of skip the Star Wars scrolling up story at the beginning, the Vang Yi are an alien race that invaded human space for some reason. Eventually the humans capitulated, they gave in, they surrendered, they said, please stop massacring us, you're obviously going to win. And so, for the most part, the miners, the traders, the civilians, they're all somewhat peacefully coexisting with an oppressive overlord species of the Vang Yi. The Children of Terra are what's left of the human military that was fighting them, and whoever they recruit along the way, who said, you know what, we're not capitulating, we're not surrendering, this isn't over, you know, we're glad you're not killing all those other humans, but we're still gonna fight you off, we don't want you here. So there's no being friends with both to a certain point. You either join one faction to be able to rise through their ranks, which makes the other ones hate you, or you're just friends. You can date one or the other, but you can only be just friends with both. You can't date both of them. If you get Lone Wolf, you have to take Lone Wolf. But I don't think that you get all the access. Yeah, you miss the perks. Exactly. I don't know if they'll give you you won't get the missions to get the dreadnoughts either, and there's probably going to be more to prevent you from being super friends with both as well. I always say Laios. I could be dead wrong, but he won't tell me. Pretty much. I don't think you can get the blueprints for both ships, though, in the same run. That means it was inspired by a woman. But we don't talk about the past. I don't. You can talk about yours, but I ain't talking about mine. Because it's boring. So yeah, this one I got from scavenging. This one I just found as a stray derelict. No distress call for either one. So, is it intentional? Oh yeah, I haven't had that error yet, so I should go ahead and do that. I'm not quitting. I'm just closing the game so I can get the patch real quick. We're still going to keep going. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some videos made. Now that the game's launched into, or launched out of early access, we're just going to, well, personally, I'm waiting for some fine-tuning, and then, yeah, people are going to start making tutorials. There's going to be tutorials for everything. Crafting, crew, mining, fleets, everything pretty much. How to fight hunter fleets, which I can't wait to do how to fight hunter fleets, because there's going to be some cheeky moments. There's going to be some points where I'm just like, might be making fun of some of the complaints of the past, but, you know, I don't like to invalidate other people's opinions. It seemed like a good idea for a good time for a vitamin while I consider. Choose my words carefully. There are many people with opinions that I disagree with, and I'm not the kind of person who goes around assuming that I'm right all the time. But I do like to argue. If you think you're right, you can't really enjoy arguing. Unless you're just like one of those people who can win any argument with emotional appeals and bullshit, but that's not my style. Is this it? 2.0.0b? Was that the right version, Lyos? So I think once the game has kind of settled and there's not going to be too many changes to the system, then I'll start doing tutorials for things, and I guess my point is when I start making tutorials and how-tos and guides, I will A, be open to people saying, hey, you forgot about blah blah blah, you need to redo it, which I'll do a part 2 and add stuff. And I'm also open to people saying, I just think you're dead wrong, and I can't believe you said any of that, to which I'll probably also make response videos. And I'll try to be polite. No promises. Alright, so yeah, we need to do some serious mining. You know, things like, why on earth would you mine with a warship? Well, this is why. Because if it's good at killing other ships, it's probably good at killing rocks. Just putting that out there. It's a good question, though. It's a good question. Why would you go mining in a warship when you could mine in a Dominance or something else? And it's like, well, because now I can use the same ship for both. I don't have to go out and build a new Dominance. Not yet, but one day they'll be able to. one day your fleet will be able to pick up loot. And also, I believe run equipment as well, correct? Like repair systems, the automated repair systems, collector beams, well, refineries. Hell yeah. Yeah, they got pushed back, but if I chase them, there'll be a bunch of loot on the ground. Which is what will end up happening. Oh, looks like I need more refineries because I mine so fast. Yeah, I need more refineries. Of course, I'm not here looking for low-end metal either, so I can destroy all of that. But I really don't need to chase them because I can destroy more ore than I can refine right now. He's like, no, don't target me. Hey, I was leaving you alone. He was using me for cover, did you see that? He was trying to hide from the rocks. He's like, I'm just a yacht, I'll get blasted out here. I don't even know why I warped into this sector. So he's hiding behind my ship. Indeed. So far I've got more iridium. That's good. That's what I'm here for mostly, is the iridium. But the refineries will also spit out the scrap and other stuff that I need for making components. So yeah, you just kind of pile some up, let your collector beams do the work, delete stuff you don't need, which is basically any metal that's green or white. But since I've got so much ore, I'm actually going to go back very small, yeah. Ah, I left an iridium behind. That's okay. Absolutely. Well, the crafting system, there were definitely asteroid rushes before the crafting system became what it was. I think it started out as kind of a way to just be able to get a lot of resources so that you could experiment. But then it's like, well, now that we're not really experimenting to problem solve and beta test so much, I mean, still doing that, but not as heavily, it's like, what can we do that will actually justify keeping the asteroid rush systems in the game and being able to mine them? And it's like, well, big things to craft, new recipes, complicated stuff. Whatever you can think of, might as well give it a shot. So I'm gonna look to take some things out. Are you going to allow NPC fleet members to be told, go drop it near a station for me so you can have a reason to bring haulers into your fleet? Oh! Yes, they will, according to Lyos. Hell yeah. So yeah, you'll be able to, like, I tell Ali to go mine an asteroid field. Yeah, eventually they'll collect the loot, refine it for you. I'm pretty sure that all the equipment like refineries and repair systems they'll be able to use eventually too. Right, Lyos? So if you give them enough refineries, everything they drop off, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, maybe. I'm using only Ardonian because I haven't found any PMC ones yet. I don't need that. I don't need that much recharge. Okay. That leaves me 2 space. I don't know what to do with 2 space. I guess I could make... Oh, I can make PMC collectors, right? Yeah, my better spotlights are on different ships and I didn't bother to strip them off. And I'm just like, I don't really use it. That looks ridiculous. Yeah, even if they don't use refineries, then you just do what I'm doing and pick up the ore that they drop off and refine it for them. And then you do that while you run around and kill stuff. Easy peasy. No, upgrading spotlights actually does improve their capability now. The light gets bigger. In fact, quite a bit bigger. I've had an orange spotlight before a long, long time ago. I don't even remember what save it was anymore, but they exist. They are real. They are not unicorns. Let's see, 9. Oh my god. Got chips, got iron. How's my scrap? Good. Three. Those take 5. So every 10 will get me 2. I don't have that many. $15 refineries. Oh yeah. I think ships, once you have a larger ship, that affects it as well. It makes it a little easier to notice the difference. Oh yes, another thing that would help is if, I don't know if this is planned or not, but will gunners be able to target asteroids from your flagship? Just like they target enemies, like automatically. Nice. Hey, you're not allowed to go by. You shall not. Oh, you passed. Damn it. You're not supposed to pass. Wow. So much refining. This is a very refined vessel. I need the scrap. Wow, 49 copper. Gallium, cobalt. I'll keep the crystals in case I decide to make some weapons, but there's going to be a point where I won't need any more. Nice. So yes, eventually gunners on your flagship will be able to, you'll be able to order them to shoot rocks. You can, don't forget, there's ways to raise your fleet commander. If you can get it to 80, you can have 2 dreads in your fleet. Or 3, technically. Flagship and 2 dread escorts. I've done it before. It makes mining regular systems very quick. As you probably imagine. Especially when you put ridiculous custom mining lasers on them. Look at their full mining capacity. If you look at their full weapon capacity, it gets pretty out of hand. Only 1 iridium so far, damn it. This is a 52, right? Yeah. Alright, let's see if Ali's having any more luck with iridium than I am. Not that I have to stop shooting rocks because of that. Just kind of slowly meander up that direction. I'm never going to run out of lithium, I'll tell you that right now. An idle update? That way we can grow our ever oh! You're talking about the way far off maybe pile of being able to build a station in a system and have them automatically gather, mine and gather all the resources and defend themselves. But you'll have to build a fleet for them to defend themselves against attacks. But that's a long way off in the maybe pile, if I understand correctly. Being able to build your own stations will happen, but how functional they are as far as being able to have them automatically mine asteroids in a system, whether or not you'd be able to actually build a station in an asteroid rush, and then order that station itself to shoot rocks. Because they'd have to, right? Otherwise they'd have to have an insane shield. I guess either is technically a solution. Yeah, but if you look, it's all getting processed almost immediately. Oh, I don't need that. Honestly, I don't even need money, so we can get rid of... As long as I don't accidentally destroy the iridium. That would be sad. I want the scrap and I want the refined metal, but iridium is really the only one I care about. So now there's like 30 green ore, so I go back in, start shooting, collect some more. It's up to 32. It's processing about as fast as I can destroy it, which is what you want. You don't want to be sitting here doing nothing, waiting for ore to process. At that point, you might as well just destroy it and look for some iridium. And yep, that's a And notice that I'm using a mining station in a very small system as my place to drop stuff off. Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO of space. Why are we not mining planets? Bravo, sir. Bravo. Well played. Oh yeah, I took generators off, and these suck up a lot of power. Uh-oh. Ah. Okay. See, some of these rocks are dropping 9 ore, so it fills up fast. There's some iridium. That's no moon, that's a passive income. Hi, Marauder. Bye, Marauder. Yeah, I'm not gonna There's one thing that's not worth the time in an asteroid rush, it's chasing relics. And I hate to say that, but I have tried. Dreadnoughts chasing relics. Like, maybe if you've got all the power upgrades in something like a dominance, but doing it in this thing is just god-awful painful. Sometimes you get lucky and it's just like right behind you, and you can just kind of fall back and let the rocks push you as well, but you'll think, oh no, I can get up to speed and get it, and then like you just never accelerate. Now, if I could send a Corvette out to track those relics for me, but that would be too easy. I don't want that. I don't want people that chase relics. If it passes by one of my fleet ships, yeah, reach out and grab it, but don't go out of your way. I feel like that'd be too easy. Yes, this means that even if you have a Zeus, it still takes a long time to be able to build another one. Because you have to get all the iridium for those Ardonian components. If it costs 25 Ardonian components and you don't have any, that's 75 iridium that you have to mine. And you'll notice on these trips I'm getting like, well, maybe 5 here and there. And a lot of that is coming out of the refineries. So you can imagine how long you have to go to upgrade all that many refineries. And then to be able to collect it quick enough and refine it quick enough to keep up with this kind of weaponry. Eventually I'll have like 1,000 scrap in the bank and I'll start destroying that too, because it's half each. That's taking up 40 space. I don't think I've ever destroyed refined metal to make room for iridium, but That day may come. And a lot of people say, well, why don't you just make custom mining beams? And it's like, well, they don't have the range. These pretty much insta-kill a rock at range. And because the ship is wide and I've got collector beams, it's faster to be able to reach out at a distance than to wait for them to constantly get within a really short range mining laser. Even a custom one with range boosters still only goes out about this far. So a lot of the rocks I hit are in that range, a lot of them aren't, and so you miss a lot of opportunities. Whoops. I kind of wish that the destroy all button would stick around when you, even when there's just the one left, when it's a single unit. Just to kind of keep it just as like the tiniest little workflow thing. It's like so not a priority of any sort, but I don't see an upside to it going away other than to remind you that you've only got one. It's like, well, I still want to destroy the one. I don't want to destroy it less just because there's only one of them. All that lithium. And I will need some lithium and silicon as well, because I don't think I have enough thermal regulators or whatever the other one is. Yeah, we're full here. We picked up the iridium. She's like, still here, boss. I'm still here. Not that I know of. They don't sell it. You'll occasionally, very rarely, find like a tin head workshop that sells Ardonian components, but like one. And it'll take you 20 minutes to find it. Yeah, see, this one's out in front of me. Watch, I'll try to get this relic. Just for shits and giggles. Now, of course, it helps if you shoot the rocks down that are going to hit you. But that's not going to make you go fast. You can't hit them all. Oh, I'm actually gonna get it. Look at that. Maybe. Nope. I missed. If I could just accelerate a little bit more. Break that threshold where the rocks slow you down completely. Yeah, I got it. Whew. That's why I don't usually bother with that, because, good lord. If there's a quicker way to get iridium, I'd love to know, but it's supposed to be rare because Ardonian components are supposed to be incredibly difficult to craft and find. It's meant to be slow, in other words, which is one of the reasons it's one of the big components of this ship, is because you will just not find lots of it ever. So it's what keeps this ship from being easy to make, because you don't want it to be easy. Although I could see taking, I could understand if it also required cash on top of that cost. Alright, now we're just gonna burn through all this ore. Great. Oh, they're pirates. How about that? Actually kind of a threat. I can't tell if they're chasing Allie or if they just can't fight the asteroid rush. You know what? Buy scrap. I'll get more. I need to process this ore to see if it'll drop any iridium. I've got tons of scrap now, and I'll get plenty more trying to get more iridium, so... Sometimes you just gotta destroy it all. You just gotta burn it down and start over. Nine iridium. That's 3 Ardonian components. Woohoo! You barely escaped. I'll be back. Oh yeah, what if refineries flashed while they had ore, while they were processing ore? Like if it kind of flashed like a little bit like red or just a general regular white light to let you know that it's refining something, and then once they're out, it stops flashing on the little icon up here. Is that a doable thing? Good night, CZ. Oh, Laios. The mining alone is pretty addicting. Especially out here in an asteroid rush. I know it's not the most entertaining thing in the world to watch, but having a second Zeus might be. I don't want it to auto shut off. Maybe like half power. But I like that you kind of have to remember some things to do yourself. I don't want everything to be too automated until there's other stuff on the other side of Endgame that attention can go to. I don't know. I feel like the game needs to hold a certain amount of attention, and if you automate too many things, then you have to create more things to occupy that attention span. Otherwise, it just won't be engaging at all, or not engaging enough. That's my opinion, though. I've been playing games for decades. Not everybody wants games the way I want them. Iridium. Not bad. throwing rocks. You gonna build a fire or what? Yeah, I'm always concerned about certain games that put in too much automation, and it just becomes like an idle, too much of an idle game. Oh, he's gonna get smashed by. Oh, he stopped. He's getting lucky with those rocks too. Oh, neat. Well, that's something. Like, if the game can't hold my attention enough, if it can't really hold my attention, then I'll get bored. Oops, gotta be careful not to destroy the ore. Let it go into the refineries first. Alright, I think this will be a good time to return to base. Let me just fill up one more time. Now that I've got this long string of stuff in front of me. No, but if you're noticing that things disappear, any loot that drops from mining or from an enemy will despawn after 5 minutes. 5 minutes. My hand was off camera. I'm like, 5 minutes. It looks like 4. But, so if you're leaving your fleet to mine, now, fleet ships will be able to pick up, drop loot like that on their own eventually, but not yet. So until that time, you need to, whenever you leave your fleet or a ship to mine some loot, or you're doing it yourself and you're running back to the station, you need to do like 4-minute cycles so that you have time to run back and collect everything. And it's not a big deal because asteroids in regular systems also respawn. They'll come back. But it takes time. It's like a few at a time. So you can't really waste asteroids in the system. You just have to go to a few other systems. I like to find a few that are near each other before I have the sturdiness of shield to be able to mine like this. Nice, there's level 50. I just want to see this number. 51. Ridiculous. Hey, iridium. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go back to the station, and then I mine an iridium and forget what I'm doing for the next hour. Just gotta get close enough to it. Which means that I have to destroy the rocks that are knocking me back, which means I'll have more to process. I'll never get out of here. It's an endless cycle. I'm kidding, of course. I'm about to leave. Is there more to pick up? Not much. Boom, 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 boom. It's like an old drum synthesizer trying to do a really bad snare drum. But eventually, Lios, the developer, was just in here. He said that eventually your fleet will be able to pick things up. They'll be able to use collectors and refineries, and you'll be able to instruct them to drop their loot off at a station. See, that's how I justify it. So the loot disappears after 5 minutes, just as a way of like managing your computer's resources. I just imagine that somebody stole it. A cloak ship came by and scooped it up, or it blew away. Some solar wind or The space anomaly sucked it up. I'm just like, it's just gone. Stuff happens. I always try to roleplay out stuff like that when it's necessary for the game to function. Alright, 7 components. Oh. Wow. Okay. Let's make some more. I need... Did I bring any titanium back? 1. See, I don't mind buying the titanium because it makes room for other things that are money anyway, so it doesn't matter to me. Instead of bringing titanium back, yeah, 9. So, we're at 16 components. Only need another 9, and we just made 9. We're almost done with the mining part. I swear to God, it's almost over. But we want to see a Zeus next to a Zeus, right? Because that's what we're working towards. That's the game plan here. So thermal regulators. I'll probably find some out in the wild, but I don't care. Oh, we are out of scrap, so I need to go get more scrap. That's fine. I'll bring some back in the next run. There. Now we've almost got enough of those. Superior components. We'll need more scrap. Same with fine. Okay, cool. I'm not going to count it up, I'm just going to stop destroying it. Because I have a feeling I'll have enough scrap for all that stuff before I have enough iridium, so I don't really need to like keep track of it. And if I have more scrap than I technically need, that's good, because a second Zeus means, well, I gotta make stuff. I gotta make new guns for it. Well, maybe after your guys can pick it up, but not when the player has to actually go back. Because a lot of people like to passively mine with their fleet, like let their fleet mine some asteroids while they go around and explore and fight and do other stuff. So if it was only 2 minutes, then they wouldn't really be able to do that. If anything, I'd prefer to be able to turn it off entirely. Because it's going to despawn when you leave the system anyway, so... Did I bring stuff with me? Or did I just really fill up that fast? The aluminum. Bam. I'm gonna scrap all that stuff because I don't care. Don't want missiles. Platinum, gold, silver, 40 copper. I think the only reason that it despawns is just to keep a person from infinitely filling a system up with loot to the point that it starts to bog down systems that aren't as, maybe not as high-end as others. Like, I can play this game on a DDR3 laptop with 6 gigs of RAM and an i3 that barely breaks 2 gigahertz. And it's an iGPU, which you can imagine, I don't know exactly what model, but you can imagine it's not impressive. I can get this game to run smoothly. The resolution is crazy low, obviously, but it runs, it functions properly. But if the loot didn't vanish after a while, then the system's got to keep track of all that stuff, and over time it can start to bog down. It's just a failsafe against performance, I think. performance hits on average systems or stuff like that. Now, if it's during the day and I'm just kind of laying around being lazy and kicking it, what I'll do is I'll use Steam Stream capability and I'll play it off my computer to where my primary system that I'm on now does all the work, and it just broadcasts it over my router to the laptop. The input lag is actually not that bad if you have a good router. Especially for a game like this, it's totally manageable. It's not like competitive online play where input lag is super noticeable. But I'll just let my computer play it in 1080 and then stream it to the laptop. And using Steam that way, you can even put like really old computers that you can buy online for $100 in your living room, plug it into your TV with a keyboard and mouse, get a wireless keyboard and mouse, and play pretty much any game that your primary system can play through Steam onto your TV in your living room. Or, I mean, I know people that, let's just say they spend more time in the bathroom than you might expect most people would. So if you're going to be in there for half an hour and you get bored, sitting there doing nothing, then, you know, back patio if you want to get some fresh air. You can do it on a laptop over Wi-Fi, sitting in a hammock in your backyard, or if you're close enough, you can even drag a 100 or 200 foot Ethernet cable to your hammock in your backyard. And your primary system will do all the work, so your laptop doesn't have to be plugged in. It's actually really low power usage. And you can play pretty much any game that you want that your primary system will play through your router, and really it's just your computer sending the video to the laptop or other computer, and that system is sending your keyboard inputs back, and there's really no other processing that your computer, that the secondary system has to really do. It's a really neat thing. There are apps that'll do it as well, so that you don't have, you know, if it's like for something other than a Steam game. But Steam has a really clean system for the most part, although it doesn't always work 100%. It's really handy. I have a lot of fun with it. It's neat when you want to show a room full of people a game, and you don't want them all hovering around the desk in your bedroom or office. Especially when drinking is involved and you don't want people spilling alcohol, or you don't want people spilling anything because they're drunk on anything in your office near your primary computer. Yep, Steam Link makes it even smoother. I have a computer graveyard at my house, so I don't go that far with it, and I don't use it often enough to need a dedicated device, but some people do. Some people have a big house and they don't want to have to put a $2,000 or $1,000 gaming computer in every room just to play some games. And another nice thing about Steam Link is that you don't have to use cloud saving to be able to play the same save on other computers in your house, because it's technically all being played on the one computer. You're just viewing it and controlling it through the other systems. So those other systems can be super low end. Like I said, the laptop has an integrated graphics processor. There's nothing special about it. To buy it brand new would probably cost $100. Well, it wouldn't be brand new, but I mean, to buy one that's in good condition, you could probably get it on like eBay for like $100 or $200 tops. And it's probably still more than you need to get going. I have a lot of old Dell and Gateway bare minimum basic office computers that I use basically for the same thing. actually my stream setup, I have 3 computers running. 2 that are in an excessively low power mode, and one is for the broadcasting itself, and the other one is for Discord and browser playback. And the reason I use 2 different computers for that is because Discord is super not stable sometimes, and I don't want my broadcasting system bogged down with Discord, and I also don't want the system I'm playing games on. But they're both set to incredible power efficiency mode. So it's actually not that bad, not that wasteful. And I definitely am not playing Star Valor on the max settings that I could play it on, because that would not be necessary. It wouldn't improve the quality of the stream. So I turn it down to improve stability as well. So despite the fact that I'm running 3 computers to broadcast, it's actually a very power efficient setup and very stable. It's incredibly stable. I haven't really had any problems with it since I started doing it this way. Nothing near as bad as when I used to just use one system to play the game and Discord and broadcast off of one computer. That was pretty awful. Every other stream I'd have to reboot my system and start broadcasting again, and it was just so much trouble all the time. OBS and games are just not meant to be played not meant to be done that way. I mean, they're capable of it, and it works well enough for the most part, but eventually you're gonna have a bad time. Wow, I wish I could reach out and choose that iridium to pick up. I have to hover over it if I want to. But man. Got it. And then what's great there is I can use my cell phone wirelessly as a webcam. And with Steam Link and my broadcasting setup, I can actually play games on Steam Link and use my cell phone as a webcam. And I could basically maintain this same broadcast from pretty much any room in my house using the laptop or even my backyard. And nobody would really know the difference. Other than the potential for background noise, like if I went outside or something. Do I want to do that? No. Is it perfect? No. But it's possible. I could be sitting in a bathtub right now for all anybody else knows. My microphone's in a sound box. You'd never know the difference. Like people who work from home, doing like customer service over a laptop, and people are like, what's up with that echo in the background? And they're like, oh, it's just a problem with my microphone. And there's like a thing you can wear over your face that cuts down echo to a headset microphone. So even if your bathroom has an echo, you can sit in a bathtub, take a nice hot bath, and do your job and make money and get paid. It's really fun. It's a funny world out there. The applications of technology that don't get discussed because they're niche and, well, frowned on. It's vast. It is wildly vast. I mean, if that's whatever you gotta do to sell it to yourself. Goodbye. Goodwill. If you're in the United States, Goodwill. And I don't know, maybe they ship if you're not in the United States. I don't know how far they're willing to ship, but I've found if you're just looking for like a cheap 20 to 26 inch 1080 monitor, Goodwill's website and auctions, they almost always have some. Another great way to get a hold of them is it's actually really, really cheap to repair old 1080 flat screens, especially the inexpensive ones. They're really simple, and the technology is really, really repetitive from one model to the next. There's not a lot of unique technology in low-end monitors, so they're very easy to fix. So even if you don't know jack about electronics and monitors, you could probably spend a day watching YouTube videos, spend about, you know, 20, 30 bucks on some inexpensive tools like a soldering iron and, you know, the little helping hands things with the grip and magnifying glass. And just, you can make some money on the side fixing them, and then whichever ones you decide to keep, you justify the cost by selling others. It's a wild world out there for low-tech. You can't believe the low-tech stuff that's so easy to repair. It's kind of embarrassing how much I don't do that, because I actually know enough about that kind of thing that it's really easy for me to be able to pick it up. But I just prefer to spend my time doing other things for now, but eventually I'm going to want the money more, and I'll start doing it. Because, like, you can buy pallets of questionably functional monitors at auctions, and then just go through and fix enough of them that you'll make a good bit of money off of it. It's been a while since I've done the math, but like, they'll be broken. You'll end up paying like maybe $5-10 bucks a monitor, and then turn around and flip them online for 30-40 bucks. And once you have a reputation, if you do a good job, and once you have a reputation for doing a good job on like eBay, then you'll actually pick up a following and make good sales. It's gonna be my secret retirement fund, but I'll probably start doing it this year, just on the side. I always say you gotta have a side hustle, and as much as I like streaming, it takes a while to build up a real financial gain from doing this, or a big investment ahead of time for marketing, which I don't have that, so which is fine. I'm happy to do this casually for fun. I like to support... I left an Iridium behind again. I like to do anything I can to broadcast and support indie games, and I find that this is one of the best ways to beta test a game, is to broadcast it live and then post the videos up after the fact on YouTube, which is what I do. So it makes it to where you can go back and like Laios can drop by my stream, and if something weird happens, he can see it happen as I'm playing, and I can describe exactly what's going on, and he can see all the other parameters. He knows everything that's happening in the background of the game. He can see it happen live, and if he needs to replay, it's there on Twitch for a while, and then it'll be on YouTube. And you know, there's been a lot of times, like, he's quick. Like, he's a ninja sometimes when it comes to patching bugs and stuff. Like, I'll be playing live and I'll be like, "Ah, here's this bug," and he's like, "Oh," and like, we'll kind of have like a dialogue for a second, and he'll be like, "Hold on, I'll be right back," and like 30 minutes later, he'll come back and be like, "Oh, if you restart the game, I patched it," and I will immediately restart the game to test it to make sure that the patch works, and beta test the patch for him, and it's just like boom, 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 the turnaround time. That way he doesn't have to bother trying to reproduce the bug. He can see it happen in real time, and it gives him a better idea of what might have happened without now sometimes he still has to go back and do the reproducing thing. It's not perfect, of course. But that's one of the reasons that I like to stream a lot of indie games. I did it with Astroneer, I do it with this game, Planet Crafter. It's because it's just so convenient for bug testing, and I'm gonna play the game anyway. Like, I always say, if I'm live, you know, if I weren't live during this time, I would still be playing the game. So I might as well go live and try to contribute something back, because I've played this game for 1,800 hours. I paid $6 for it. I don't know if you want to do the math on pennies per hour, but it's a damn good deal. We'll put it that way. Astroneer I paid like 20 bucks for. I played it for 1,800 hours as well. I just recently barely passed Astroneer with how much I played Star Valor. Planet Crafter I bought. I think I paid 20 bucks for Planet Crafter. I don't remember. But, oh yeah, AI noise canceling helps with streaming and working from home as well. Especially if you have noisy pets, kids, roommates, family, etc. But Planet Crafter is a really fun game. It's still in beta. I haven't put as much time into that because I've been wanting to focus more on Star Valor. But soon I'll be putting a lot more time into Planet Crafter now that Star Valor has fully launched. But, I mean, even when I was broadcasting other games, like Elden Ring and stuff like that, I was still making time for Star Valor at least once a week. And then anytime there was new content to test, it was just like sometimes 3, 4, 5 times a week I'd be playing Star Valor for at least for a few hours here and there. Alright, 6 more. We're getting there. And I mean, that's really what got me into streaming was just, okay, technically wrong, technically not true. The first time I ever downloaded OBS to broadcast, I used to play this game. It's a team battle game called Paladins Champions of the Realm. It's not a game you want to get into now. It used to be a lot more fun. It used to have a community that was fun to be part of. Not as much anymore. Just my opinion. There's still a lot of people that enjoy it. I have a hard time enjoying it anymore. But the point is, I used to play it, and I used to play very unconventional strategies. And it would piss people off, and I would get accused of cheating. And I know that 99% of the time in a competitive online game, when somebody accuses you of cheating, they know they're full of shit. They're either talking shit, or they just can't deal with the fact that somebody's better than them, or that they don't understand how they got killed. Basically, if you don't understand how you died, you blame it on anything else. And people would do that. So I started broadcasting and then dumping it to YouTube as a way of saying, hey, by the way, you can actually watch me play live and see exactly what I'm doing, learn my strategies, and not only will that help you to realize that I'm not cheating, but on top of that, you can learn my strategies, learn to counter them, and it will force me to get better because the community will have that, my tips and tricks out there. It's teaching people to do what I do, and I taught a lot of other people who played that character. I would tell them, like, go watch what I do and learn to do it the way I do it, and you'll have a lot more fun. And they would. And, like, I wasn't playing with the microphone, there was no background, it was just all game audio only, no camera. I didn't really chat with people that much in the chat frame unless I really wanted to, unless I thought it was going to be productive. I wasn't trying to build a community back then. It was really just about taking a character that everybody thought was terrible in this game and proving to them that A, I'm not cheating, and B, you can do it too. And so that's what got me to download OBS and start broadcasting the first time. But then I found Astroneer and this game and some other games, and I really started, and a friend of mine, my best friend, he actually started suggesting, he's like, hey, you could actually use this as a tool to help people. Like, he goes, you're really good at breaking games and exploiting bugs and, you know, using your game experience to help with game balance and ways to deploy certain things and just basically consult. Basically just provide consultation for game developers, especially the indie ones, of course. They're the only ones that really listen. And, you know, just give them some constructive criticism, feedback, bug testing. And I was like, yeah, I think that's all I really want to do with my stream now. And that's what I've been doing. But at the same time, like I said, I'm gonna play the game anyway. And for me, it's just a matter of, at first it was like I was gonna play the game anyway, so I might as well broadcast. okay, well, I'm broadcasting, I might as well use the headset microphone because I'm already using a headset. Okay, I'm talking to people, I might as well let them see my face. Okay, now I've got a couple of people in chat, I should probably talk to people who are chatting. And it's just like, okay, now I'm doing the stream thing that everybody's doing. But it all came from basically a way of talking shit to people in a way that they couldn't contest. It was just like, I'm not cheating, I'm just doing better than you are. Sorry, not sorry. And it just continued to evolve into this. Okay, I've got 10 superiors, so we need 33 of those, right? So I need more cobalt. And then fine components is aluminum. I don't have much of that either. But it's been a lot of fun just being able to bug test because, like I said, for whatever reason, maybe it's because I've been gaming for a long damn time, or just the way I play games has always been kind of unconventional, like skip the tutorial, jump straight in blind, figure it out as you go. I always manage to find a lot of bugs in games and fill out a lot of bug reports, and being able to have a video to go along with it, it just helps with indie developers to save them a lot of time, because when you're an independent developer, time is everything. Like, this game was 6 years in the making, and I'm not saying that I saved him some big significant amount of time, but if it was even just a little bit, then, and I'm going to play the game anyway, and I save even just a little bit of time, then it was worth it for me to invest the time and the money into a capture card and do the whole thing. And it's been a lot of fun. And here we are today, just scrap metal. Oh, I finally ran out of scrap. Look at that. So how many base components? Oh gosh, all of them. So if it's 3 scrap per base component, and I need 200 base components just to make the ship, not even to make upgrade kits after the fact. So that's already 600 scrap that I need. Okay, so yeah, maybe I should have done the math earlier and not destroyed that scrap, but we're still a long ways off from the iridium, so I'm not really worried about it. So it's funny because getting into streaming for me was never about me wanting to stream. It just kind of evolved, and then I just kind of liked it. I just kind of enjoyed doing it. I've always been the kind of person who thinks out loud a lot anyway, and I like to have people to talk to while I play games. I like that part of it. Having people in the chat and stuff like that makes it a lot more fun. Talking to people. It's a fun way to connect with the community of a game, and Star Valor's always had a really good community. I think the Planet Crafter community is really good too, and that game's turning out to be fun. It's kind of Planet Crafter is kind of a, I don't know, it's like Subnautica without the ocean, the way you build bases and stuff, but you're also terraforming a planet as you go along, and then there's a pretty good amount of backstory to it as to why you're there terraforming the planet by yourself with without really good tools or resources. Like, you have to build tools and gather resources as you go. And it's just like, why would you ever want to terraform a planet that way? Like, I have all the blueprints for this technology, but it's just me, there's no team. And I didn't bring any resources with me, what's up with that? And it's all explained through the story in the game as it unfolds. While you're base building, while you're exploring, and terraforming this planet. Yeah, and that's another thing. When I'm not online, if for some reason I am streaming, or if for some reason I'm playing a game and I'm not streaming, I usually have somebody else's stream open. I've never done a co-stream before because most of the games I play aren't multiplayer, like this and Planet Crafter, but it's still having the community to interact with while you play a game is just a lot of fun. It's better than just having the TV on, but I'll do that if nothing else. Like maybe 5% of the time that I play this game is offline, maybe less. But during that time, if nobody else is streaming it, I'll probably just watch TV. But I'd rather follow somebody else's stream, like Ziggy or something like that. If I'm not going to broadcast, then I still want to be with the community. I definitely still have the Discord open. And there's been times where I'll play offline, and then I'll get upset because I'll encounter a bug that I know is going to be hard to reproduce. And I'm like, damn it, I don't have video of it. Like, I should probably set up the game bar with like a 2-hour buffer, just in case. If I'm not streaming, I can still do that. Still have a recording that I can dump to YouTube. Or I could put it in the just chatting session and replay the video on Twitch and just talk over it, but that sounds weird. I would probably just dump it to YouTube. But yeah, there's been a lot of developers who are like, oh man, I'm glad you made a video of that because reproducing that would have been a headache and a half. But seeing exactly how it played out, what was happening in the game before that, and watching it happen in real time as you experience the bug was just like, it did the thing, it did the job, and I'm like, cool, that's always been good enough for me as far as what I get out of streaming. Any contribution to the game, it's like, that's me giving back, because the fact that I do like to go into games blind without learning anything ahead of time means that I'll get a lot more time out of a particular game. I'll get a lot more replay value out of it than if I just knew everything and went straight to doing it the quote-unquote right way. And so because of that, it's like, you know, other than just mailing them cash, how do I contribute? How do I give back? I mean, I broke 1,800 hours in this game, and it was still in early access, and Astroneer, it was like 1,600 before they came out of early access. 1,600 hours of Astroneer that I played in its early access. And, you know, it was just, even the tiniest contribution, it was like, that was worth, you know, even if it took 50 or 100 hours to get to the next bug that I helped with, and maybe I didn't even really help that much, but, you know, just being part of it, being able to try and give back a little bit, it's like, I get so much time out of these games. There's not a lot of other ways to give back. I'm glad Lios does have a Patreon for that, by the way. In case anybody's wondering, there is a Star Valor Patreon. If you do want to support the game financially, beyond the sale price, beyond just telling your friends to buy it, you can absolutely do that. And if you have the means and love the game, I encourage you to do so, not only because you'll get to beta test any new content that comes out, but there's other rewards that come along with being a Patreon, depending on what level you subscribe at. And I'm not trying to hit people up for cash, but there are benefits outside of just being able to support the game. But the more support the game gets, the more resources he can access to get better sales, assets, everything that he needs on the back end to support the game. It's not just about paying him extra money because you like the game. It actually can help improve the game if you are able to support monetarily beyond just the sale price. And also remember that he is an indie dev, so this is his day job, pretty much. I've never asked him if he does other work. I'm sure he does. You know, he's a coder. He can code, so I'm sure if he needs to pick up work on the side, he has access to it. But I would much rather see him be able to focus all his time on developing the game and not have to stress over, you know, worrying about picking up other work on the side. But honestly, I don't know exactly what he does outside of streaming Star Valor. I don't want to, you know, it's his business, it's none of my business. I'm not saying I'm curious about it. But yeah, if you can support the game, it does a lot more than just put money in his pocket, but it definitely does that as well. And as an independent solo developer who has to basically pay out of pocket for anything that's outsourced, whether it's marketing or assets or anything like that, that comes right out of his pocket. So if you love the game and you have extra money to spare, there's worse ways to spend it, I assure you. Alright, so what did I say? I need like 600 scrap. We've almost got 200 here. Okay. We're almost there. I've almost got a second Zeus. But again, we're gonna need more resources beyond that to outfit it properly. Crafting weapons, upgrade kits. But just having the second one is gonna be great. Allie Hawking is gonna poop her pants and be like, "What? This is for me? You're giving me my own dreadnought?" That's right. You've been an awesome part of the team here, Allie. We'll have to find somebody to fly that Achilles next to you. An Achilles that's totally dedicated to repair for combat. Is that a battleship combat medic? What the F? How? Why? If your brain doesn't hurt, we can fix that for you. Alright, well now it's getting to the point where it's kind of stifled. I'm doing way too much destroying and not enough refining, so that's a good point to come back. We got our 200 scrap, which I'm going to instantly convert. And I love that you can click on a recipe and then click the ingredients within the recipe to craft those. Alright, that put us at 94, so we're almost halfway on our base components. And we should be... I think we're done on our Adonian components, except I just destroyed the scrap, so I need more. Must have more scrap! Allie's like, you know, you got me out here mining, but you never pick up what I'm putting down. But you know, Allie, she's still getting experience. That's the important part, is she's earning experience. It's not a lot, but it's getting the crew leveled up. Which is really all it's doing. My geology and player level are maxed. So, if there's anything left for crew to get experience for, this is little tiny bits towards that. And if she ever gets too far away, you can always just set that range to 20 and tell her to stop mining and get her to try to fly a little bit closer. She might have a tough time trying to, but she'll try. $70 green ore to process right off the bat. course, if I could make a living doing this as a streamer, I absolutely would. I wouldn't mind that either. Don't get me wrong. If this was my primary income, I would not be upset about it. I'm not gonna say I don't like money. Nothing would make me happier than to quit my job because I have to go play video games. If I could play Star Valor for 1,800 hours, Astroneer for 1,800 hours, I'm pretty sure I would never get bored of doing this. Especially because it's based on wanting to help the independent developers particularly. Like, streaming Elden Ring was fun for a minute, but it got old fast because I wasn't a fan of the community. There's no contact with the developers. It doesn't have the same kind of flavor to it. It doesn't have the same joy to it that I get out of doing it for indie developers that have good communities. It makes it a lot more enjoyable and a lot more worthwhile. I don't mind putting money into it either. I've spent money upgrading computers just for this, capture cards, put a lot of time and effort into tools and cameras and a microphone. I have a green screen that I'll set up when I have a better studio environment so that I can have a little bit more going on than just my face. I've put quite a bit of money into it. And if it turned out to be a source of income, that would be like literally 10 different kinds of awesome. Like actually 10 different kinds of awesome. Maybe one day. We'll see what happens. Of course, if I do start the repair side hustle, I'll probably stream all that too. And my computers are getting due for tear down rebuilds for maintenance, and I think that'll make some fun live content as well. Oh yeah, there's some quality of life stuff that could happen in the recipe chart, but like what you're talking about almost would require like a multi-menu thing like Windows, so the interface would get significantly more complicated, I think. I don't know much or anything really about programming and coding or making games, but I can imagine that the amount of work that goes into the interfaces to make something a little more complex like that where it can jump back. Now, I guess it could just be a back button. You know, all it would have to do is remember what recipe you were looking at when you navigated to that item, and then just have a back button. But I will say that the sorting options for recipes makes it a lot easier. The fact that you can narrow it down by the type. And we really don't have that many complex recipes. Most things don't take more than 3 different items. I don't know how much that'll change over time. But it might. We might get a lot more complex recipes. I mean, looking at the recipe for a dreadnought, imagine what a full-blown battle station would cost if you were going to craft something like that. That was something I suggested to him a long time ago, was if you're going to let people build stations, then you should do something like you select the spot for it. It would be like I can't remember what game it was it Factorio? Where you select a building site and then your little drones and stuff would bring the resources in and then start building it. Oh, Surviving Mars, that's what it was. Surviving Mars, you designate a location for a structure and then all your little drone workers, one by one, bring the resources to it, and then once all the resources are there, they start building it. And And I was like, you could do something like that with stations if we get to that point of having stations where that's basically what you do is you have enough resources, rather than having to bring it all in at once in one giant ship, you just drop a certain amount off over time, but you have to defend it. And then of course you'd have to have cash to hire people to come and man the station. There's also things like having crew require upkeep of money. And there was even once talk of requiring food and water for your crew in this game. I feel like if that got implemented now, it would probably just be hard mode, but I don't know. Yeah, it would be. It really would be. And that's why a lot of that stuff, like, the game was designed more around being an open world sandbox, action RPG. So anything that's really outside that, like automation, fleet management, stuff like that, this is all gravy. This is all bonus stuff that was never intended in the original incarnation. Like, maybe he thought, oh, it would be cool if, but there's already so much in this game that he said was beyond the original scope of what he intended at least the initial release to be. So when people say, oh, you know, this part of the game or that part of the game feel incomplete, why did you leave early access? And it's like, well, because that was never meant to be part of the game anyway. It was always an extra, but he always intended to develop it past that. No matter what he launched it with, he always intended to develop the game past the early access release, or the release from early access to 1.0 or 2.0. So whatever is in the game now that feels incomplete or like it needs quality of life adjustments, there's a good chance he agrees with you and will do it. In time, you know, time and resources permitting. I wouldn't say expect it, but it'll probably happen. Oh, I thought there was a wasp in my room. Just a really big housefly. Normally the cats eat those. But we had a rainstorm, so it drove all the bugs up to the patio, so every time you open the door now, even the cleanest house, a bug will fly on your door after a good rainstorm. Yeah. Like, at one point, he was like, you know, like, maybe hard mode, you have to have food and water and air resupplied now and then, and you can have it in cargo, but in normal and relax mode, it would just provide a small buff, like crew efficiency, basically. And I always thought that sounded really cool. I was like, I think that would be the way to do it, not require it unless you're actually like seeking the ultimate challenge by going into hard mode already, and then you could require it, you know, and then maybe your crew dies if you don't provide them stuff, and you have to like, you'll have emergency life support, but only for the bare minimum crew, and so you can kind of hobble your ship back into station, but like your gunners might be dead, so you're gonna have a hard time defending yourself, or, you know, stuff like that. Wow, 250. Well, we definitely have plenty of iridium. I'm never going to destroy it, because what if I want to build a third Zeus later? I'll have a little extra iridium in the back. But now I know that when I destroyed that pile of scrap, that was a mistake. But that's okay, it was only like 100 or 200 that I destroyed. And I'm finding base components along the way when those people attack me, so that's saving me a little bit of time. Alright, so I need 6 more of those, and I have 200 scrap left. Watch it vanish. Oh, I'm out of iron now. Close. We're getting close. Okay. So I don't know, there's tomorrow I might get started on, or started. I have an indoctrinated run. I might push. It's really early game. I'm in a Reaper. Nothing fancy there, but that'll be for the V6. But I may wait until I have 3 Zeus ships. I might get a 3rd Zeus tomorrow, just for the hell of it, you know, because why not? Why wouldn't you? $180 base components. So I only need 60 more scrap for base components, and then 1,000 aluminum and titanium and 100 robotics. They don't have robotics here. So don't buy all the aluminum and titanium that I need here. Or I'm sure there's a... Oh, this is a very small system too. Yeah, it's... The only problem I have with Indoctrinated is that there's not that many rebels. So like, even if you fight rebels and the Red Skull, it's still not as much action as if you fight the Vang Yi and the Red Skull. And I'm not saying that's like, oh, this terrible bad thing, but it, I don't know. Exactly, like, basically you want to make enemies. You almost want to be friends with pirates and then fight the Children of Terra and Proxima and Syndicate. Make enemies with humans. Let Marauder happen, because you'll be able to dock at Syndicate stations. Get Traitor and Genocidal if you want to. I don't think Genocidal causes you any problems if you're indoctrinated. It just really skews your rep against humans. I don't even think it affects your pirate rep. So you can totally do that. What am I hearing out there? It's going crazy. Alright, so we got our robotics. Just to say that that's out of the way, that I don't have to worry about that. In fact, if I'm going to make this station my home base, forget all this stuff. I'll take the crystals though. Oh wait, I don't have to take them though. I can just do that. Okay, so back here. See, that's another thing, is the Vang Yi drop really good stuff, and you'd have to do a lot of their like bounty missions, the station issued kill missions. You'd have to do those to get orange Vang Yi gear, because you won't find gold star Vang Yi often enough to get it that way, and nobody else is going to drop it. Ravagers don't drop Vang Yi gear. So the only way to get it is from their missions, and it's like, I want their armor, I want their shields, I want their chargers, and I want their generators, all in orange. The only way to get that is to murder them or take those bounty missions, and doing it via the bounty missions can be really slow because you don't really know what you're going to get until after you do it. So you can't just say, oh, that doesn't have the reward I want, so I'm going to pass. You have to just keep doing them. And I'm not saying it shouldn't be that way, but it is definitely a deterrent to playing Indoctrinated. But that's part of the challenge. Indoctrinated is also a fun way to literally fight every other faction. if you just want to pick one faction and fight all the others, Vangi's a good way to go. I mean, they're around. They got plenty of stations. They got good ships to buy. And even having access to their not orange gear to purchase in a shop is still really nice. But when you get to that late game and you want that orange gear, it gets pretty tough to get. Alright, we almost have enough scrap. This time I'm going to destroy the lithium and silicon as well. And I'm plowing forward so that I gather stuff faster. Although, there's a problem of not being able to destroy a rock because you're shortening the time that you have to do it before it bounces off you if you push forward. At some point, I am going to break down the full cost of these ships. So whatever resources or whatever ingredients are made of other ingredients, I'm going to break that down. So you can see, like, because you can collect a lot of those components, but if you actually want to see what it takes to craft it from complete scratch just from mining, I think that'll be valuable info. Wouldn't be very hard to derive it, honestly. But I think it's useful info. Could be. But again, not going to destroy the iridium. See you shortly. Okay. I guess I could use these more. Destroy rocks that I wouldn't otherwise get to destroy. Oh yeah, but I gotta do it one at a time. I always forget that. If I'm running others and pushing forward with my thrusters, I'm not gonna have enough power. Oh, I didn't wait for the recharge, damn it. Wasted again. Alright, so now I just kind of let the rocks push me backwards across all that loot while hopefully they push me back across it and not up. Get a little closer to the range here. $62 green ore. Are we missing some refineries here? Oh, because the power shut down? Yeah, they got off cycle. That doesn't happen very often, but when you zero your power system out like that quickly, sometimes it'll still happen. I was like, why does it feel like we're not processing fast enough? We weren't. Now I'm going to keep a lot of the gold, silver, and platinum now. Because I am getting low on cash by comparison. I had 600,000 earlier. All the iron and other stuff that I've been buying is expensive. But if I destroy the iron and other stuff I need here to make room for gold, silver, and platinum, and then bring it back with me, that's actually still more economical for my cargo space than if I just brought actual iron and titanium back with me. Oh, that's not a very big pile, is it? Well, Allie's still back there mining. So while I'm here doing this... See, she saved me some time. Not a lot, but some. I don't even know how much silver. Oh wow, look at you. Hey, a Vangie charger. Just talking about that. Cool. Is it? No, okay. Well, I still want scrap primarily. Kiss of death. There we go. Don't need that. I should probably equip a trader codex so I can make better decisions about that kind of thing, but whatever. Luckily, I don't have to wait for the whole boat to turn around to go back to mining. Alright. Guess what? We've got enough. But, as I said before, I do want to make sure that I have enough for a few upgrade kits too. Now, I don't want to go too far with that. I can wait, craft the ship, and then come back out here to get more stuff if I need it. So I'm not going to go nuts over preparing. I'm not trying to fill up a doomsday bunker. I will say this is the most mining I've ever done live. I typically will not do this much live, but I used to work from home, like I said, and I would do a lot of it while I worked from home. Oh my god! Ah! The cursor jumped and destroyed my scrap. Son of a bitch. That cursor jump gets me every time. So we're not going back. Yeah. All their weapons are really strong. Their blasters are strong. I'm always really careful not to do that, but it still happens. But that's another thing he's working on, is the way the cursor jumps around like that, so don't worry too much about that. Ha! Lateral thrusters. Don't make me laugh. After all those times I died fighting Ravagers, right after I got the perk. I've been trying to be really cautious so I'm not wasting any time out here. But it still happens. Accidents happen. I just destroyed a pile of over 100 scrap on accident. He's working on the cursor jump phenomenon, but could be a while. It's a pretty weird thing. So whenever you pick stuff up, the way the system refreshes new objects, it moves the cursor. So if you're just clicking the destroy button a bunch, you'll accidentally destroy the wrong thing sometimes if you're not paying attention, because it's my fault for not paying attention and going too fast. But sometimes it'll jump to a different item right before you click destroy because you picked something up and it caused a refresh to change the cursor position. It's unfortunate. Of course, now I'm full of all those materials I didn't want to destroy earlier. See, it just jumped to scrap again. It almost happened again. Alright, so while we've got some, let's go back because I'm full on all those other metals. And I'm not going to sell any of those other metals until the time is right. I've got 300,000. That's enough money for now. So I've got 28 plat, 48, 50, samarium, 390. Silicon, yep, worth 1,000. Iridium, they won't even buy. Lithium's worth 500. I've got 700 lithium. $377,000 worth of lithium. Good golly. 70, 100, 50, 38. It looks like lithium is my biggest commodity right now. There. That's it. I can build another one now. Oh, they don't have the aluminum here? Mother bitch. Oh, because I built the last one here. I used up all their lithium and their titanium. So I just need to take that with me. No, wait, only 100 though. No problem. Have you ever seen two Zeuses? Have you ever seen two Zeuses on weed? Oh crap. Jump to present. There we go. So I didn't have to carry those robotics back. I could have just left them here because I have to go off site for it anyway. So we do have the titanium and the aluminum here. Excellent. And microchips, I hope. Yes! Boom. 1,000 aluminum. The suspense of always having to chase a relic, like, I'm about to do the thing. Oh wait, relic. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna do the thing now. Oh, relic. Yeah, I'm definitely not interested enough in exploration. I used to always get optics automatically because, like, I was one of the people that complained the most about zoom levels. Optics really is nice, but it's not worth 10 points if you're not already going to put those 10 points in. And honestly, that's not a skill I actually want. Ever. Like, maybe early game, and maybe it's nice with fun with maps, but then you immediately re-roll it. So hopefully we can talk them into some other ways to do that in the future. I would put a 10 space piece of equipment on my dreadnought to be able to zoom out 1 or 2 more levels. Just saying. That would be worthwhile to me. And I told him that once, and it was just like, he was like, We'll have to see. I was like, okay, because it hurts. It hurts my brain. 300,000. Woo! Over 100,000 worth of titanium. At least you don't have to fly around like this and just guess off your radar if you're hitting things, right? That's painful. Okay. Build 10. There it is. No. Yes. Probably. Maybe. Oh, Allie's still in that boat. I didn't actually remove it from fleet. Allie Hawking, you've done a great job. You're gonna stay in charge. Okay? You're gonna fly the Zeus. You're gonna be in control, in command. That does not change. I will not punish you by passing you up for promotion just because you've done a good job with the other ship. Special, you're diversified, you're specialized, you're specialized. She'll learn something else, the other two won't. First officer, Chloe. Yes, I see. We've got two Chloes. Well, that won't get confusing ever. Are you a better pilot than Alice? Yeah, but Alice is specialized. She can't do anything else. You can shoot a gun. We need you on the gun. You can shoot a gun too. But that's what makes you so good in the main spot. So damage resistance and armor. Alright, Allie Hawking and a Zeus. Man, dock that Zeus. Just lean to the side. You're already there. Just lean into it. There you go. Step 1. Beep. Actually, battery would help you out a lot. So would that. Oh, those are mine. Well, you can have one of them. Big ships actually benefit from those. Not those. Maybe the big ones. I'm not going to give you my light armor, but we will give you lithium for now. Those are mine also. You can have that. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to put more power on there. That'll do for now. I'd give you an automated repair system, but you won't use it. So we'll do 10 of those. Some heat sinks to make sure we can get some good guns on there. And we are starting to run out of space a little bit, but that's okay. That shielding is not where I want it to be though. But these generators are going to get upgraded. Let's check our scrap count. It is low. That's okay. We're going to get there. We're going to get it all upgraded to purple, just like mine. That's full. Not good. But we can turn some of that down to make room for the weaponry. Nope, those are going back on my ship. I don't have any custom weapons for you. Oh, you know what? I got rid of all my ultra lasers, didn't I? That's okay. No. These go here. These go here. It's all minor complaints. Well, she's gonna complain, but they will be minor complaints. Because that's all I'm gonna ask her to do. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 230 power just for mining, but she'll never be doing that all at once. Almost never. Not to mention another 260. So she needs like 400 power just to run the weapons. Not to mention drone bays. Was that like 100 motorcycles or what? It was like revving engines, but they all sounded the same, so it was like, it sounded like it was an engine. 1 or 2 bikes revving in place. Oh, you know what? You know what I did wrong? You know what I did wrong? A lot, actually. How about 10 mining drones? And eventually those will be... Where is it? Oh, I don't have enough. I didn't learn it, did I? The heavy mining drone bay. I need to find those. They do so much more. She really doesn't need battery power, and she's going to get more out of these anyway. Let's go see what that looks like in an asteroid rush. Just for shits and giggles. She still has the same traits that I set her with earlier. I do not hate that. It's not great, but I don't hate it. Her armor's glitched, so she's gonna run out of power. Okay. She's doing it. If I get out of the way, it works. So if I just put up a screen like this, then everything that gets to her will be pre-beat. That is absurd. That is ridiculous, insane, and silly all at once. And I love it. What the actual heck? Yeah, that's a difficult one because it's only two space. They kind of... Let me put it this way. The Vangi are cheaters in so many different ways it's not even fair. And that's what makes them the best enemy. It's the biggest challenge. That's why they have such good loot drops, because their gear is mostly not fair. Can you imagine when she can, when I give her collector beams and she starts picking that stuff up and processing it herself? That's gonna be so great. Alright, I have a feeling if I get her to dock that we can fix that armor bug. But I'm gonna use some of the scrap I got now. Hey, you can't be in front of me. Okay? I know it sounds nice, but she's using her spinal mounts on asteroids just like me. There we go. If it's got a star on it, that usually means that it's a spinal mount or some other kind of very special mount. There's something specifically different about it beyond just having multiple barrels. Now, not all multi-barrels are the same, but they won't have stars on them. The ones that have stars have other special traits to them beyond that. So you have to highlight it. Like you go in here and then you highlight it and you can read what it means. This is a spinal type mount, even though it's not on the spine because there's two of them. But it's a very special weapon. Now let's get a screen cap of this real quick. Whoops, typo. All right. Now that we have that, we can craft more of these. Wait. Oh, she doesn't have it. I do. But yeah, you pretty much have to slap a weapon in there and take a look to see what the deal is with those. It's kind of the only way to know exactly what it is. Suffice to say that spinal mounts are all different from each other, slightly. Like the Achilles and the V5B, not the same spinal mount weapon, like the gun on the ship itself. Yeah, the Reaper has the 4-barrel mount. There's the Guardian, the Syndicate Guardian, the Dragon. They have special mounts that just have different attributes beyond more projectiles damage. If it's just a multi-barrel, it just means more damage, but the weapon damage minus and then multiplier is always a little different. But the star means that there's other things happening besides just barrels and damage. Now what we really need to do is test her out versus more traditional asteroid field. One that's not moving. Look at those drones go! She will need a battery eventually to run those spinals. For now, I'm kind of glad that she can't. Although it doesn't really matter. So many mining drones. Maybe I'll hire a ship to do the repairs. I can put 2 bad boys in my ship. Maybe I'll do that. But I am 8 fleet commander points away from a second one being in my fleet. Not sure how I'm going to be able to pull it off, but I will. Fate of death. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. How you doing today? Have you seen the new dreadnoughts in Star Valor yet? If not, this be them. Well, this is one of them. I just built 2 of them. But there's another model out there as well. The Vangi Dreadnought V6. Alright, take it easy, Fire Smoke. Nice. I can't decide if I want to build another Vangi, if I want to build another Zeus, or if I want to, tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow if I do it, but I can't decide if I want to do that or start on the Vangi Dread. Because 3 Zeus sounds sick as hell. Like, we're gonna start a death metal band called Mineral Genocide. Because this chick can blast some rocks. It's awesome. If I leave her alone with a pile of rocks, well then I'm wasting my time, because she's gonna have it done before I get back. It's quite amazing. She quick. And honestly, I could give her better forward mining beams customized, and she'll do a lot better. Let's put her up against a Ravager just to see what happens, right? Oh, my battery. I forgot about that. There we go. I'm actually missing a lot of gear right now. Because I put on a bunch of this stuff. So if we're going to go hunt Ravagers, I need to re-equip my shielding and a few other things. Something went wrong with the music. Well, I fixed it by hitting the play button. I don't know why you didn't try that, music app. Seemed pretty easy to me. Nope, can't turn any faster. Not much, anyway. Where are we at here? There we we go. 4,000 shield, 300 recharge, plenty of room to upgrade once we've killed some Ravagers. That are not here. Oh, he did the thing. This is a new system for me. And the distress signals, they don't stop there's no pop-up anymore. Yay! You just get the notification down on the bottom right that you detected one, and they're on the radar if you want to go get it, and it's not going to stop you till you get near it. Debris field, perfect. Because some people were saying even though one is annoying when you get near it, and I'm like, okay, maybe, but once you know where it is, you can avoid it. You might not be able to, but you probably could. So it's probably fine. It's the initial one that's the initial pop-up that gets kind of weird, and you'll accidentally clear it a bunch anyway, so. Can almost make those purple now. Now I can. That'll save me some relics. Boom, baby. Okay. All part of the show here. Oh, I shouldn't have sold the iron. I needed it to make kits. There we go. Where did all your drones go? Oh well. Whoa. Why are you way over there? It's okay, I'm just curious. I'm not mad. I had a cruiser with 8 barrels, and when I slapped some mining lasers on it, I could fly at full speed and insta-pop an asteroid field. Oh, are you talking about the Hephaestus? Yeah, the Hephaestus is amazing. It's like, when you first get it, you're like, this seems really specialized. And then you realize, oh, it is. It specializes in kicking ass at anything. Excuse me. Oh, did the app break? Damn you, app. It does that sometimes. It's okay, I can click a button and it restarts it for the most part. I just hope it works. Oh well. Specialized range. Ooh. But I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for Ravagers. I'm gonna sit back and watch Ali fight a Ravager. Damn it! Come on! Come on! Got my massive battery back now, so I don't have to wait for one to finish to fire the other. Waiting for that warp drive to recharge. Using those mining drones. She's not set to mining, but she's gonna mine anyway because she's got mining drones. They're not attack drones, but she'll use them for that too. Come on, Music App. You can do it. I believe in yous. Yeah, I know something went wrong. You don't have to say that over and over again. Oh, it worked. That's okay because I can just open it in the browser. Oh. Come on. No, not that. Oh, no Ravagers, huh? There's gotta be some out here. Yay, it's so far away. But at least it exists. Here we go. I have nightmares about lateral thrusters. Well, she's gonna have a hard time with that. But he's gonna have a hard time with both of us. Let's watch her work. She's already losing some, but she's doing a lot of damage. Oh, he stopped firing. Yep, there she went. Now I could probably set her to like 30%. Never gonna find the gate here. Sorry, the music. Where's the music? was the right one. Oh, God. Oh well. Alright, take it easy, man. This is why I have it on both computers. Why do I not see floating numbers for her repairs? It's not going up. Found a bug. Okay. Yeah, it seems like drones don't seem to work on a Zeus escort. There we go. Extract. Extract. There we are. Alright, next. Cool, there's a station. That's what we need. I don't know why the drones aren't working, though. That means I gotta get repair beams on my ship, apparently. That's unfortunate. Considering I just spent $2,000 on repairs and $500 on more drones that she's not going to use. Thank you for hanging out. Always a pleasure. Don't hesitate. Fire, fire, fire. I'm just here to watch. Oh no. He's hitting. Just the repairs don't do anything. And curious. Damn. That basically triples your armor? Almost. Wow. That's cool. Now to finish out my weapon. Or chase a relic. Which is fine, because my weapons could use relics. Oh Do it. Oh, you're looking to make a different ship your primary ship? So it should be in the station inventory where you bought it. So what you do is you should be able to shift and left click on it to swap to it instantly, or just left click and then there should be a swap button option. You see, so you go in, you buy the boat, it should pop up here, you click on it, and then that button becomes swap. And now I'm in that boat, which you can't even really see on this background, but there it is. But you can also just do it here. If you hold shift and left click. Nice. Nice. Ooh, they don't have the bad boy. Wow, that's the third relic in this system. That's crazy. Where's Asmongold? That's crazy, man! Wow, that's crazy. I love that shit. Just keep an eye on the time, right? 5 minutes it despawns, so it's best to check in after 4. Because you might have to go out there, you might get full and then you have to go back. And if your cargo bay is small, you're going to make a lot of trips, so you might keep it down to 2 or 3 minutes. But at least it's enough time to go out, get a couple of kills, hit a scavenge, and then, you know, if it's not fast enough for you, you can always add some cargo expansion or a bigger boat. But I will say, if you get weary, if you get tired of just mining yourself and you're thinking about using a fleet, even just having a decent sized fleet that can do it quickly is still oftentimes better than, like, you don't even have to participate. You just watch and just wait, and you know, just fill up and run back and forth between the station and the mining site. Sometimes that's still better. It's just a little bit of change, a little bit of variety can help break that up for you. Yeah, you don't have to go as far as I do with it at all. Like, I've had some big fleets. I've had fleets where I'm flying a dominance and then I have 2 more dominants in my fleet. Like, you can get this up to 80 if you really push it and get 2 dreadnoughts. And it's fun. Even mining, it's fun watching 2 dreadnoughts mine for you. Aw, shit. Well, Allie just died. I forgot she hadn't repaired. I thought she was parked in the station. I gotta figure out what's up with these drones. I really need those drones to work, because that's gonna get really expensive. Like, her repair bill is $3,000. It's like $3,500 worth of armor in cash. I'm also gonna give her better armor here. Her armor should be about as good as mine, right? so we'll upgrade that in a moment. But yeah, like pretty much everything in the game, there's multiple ways to do it. It's just a matter of toying with it and finding that balance that works best for you. Like, not everybody can sit in an asteroid rush the way I do and mine for hours and hours. It's just not what a lot of people want to do necessarily. And I totally get that. Whoops. Oh. That's why that was... Okay, there we go. And what that means is that having the fleet mine for you is pretty much the only way they're going to get any mining done, because they just don't want to do it themselves. They would rather get to the fighting. And the fact that the game puts so much emphasis on mining as an avenue for crafting, but offers, not only can you earn crafting materials other ways, but you can actually get the crafting materials through mining without having to do it yourself. It's like, there's just so many options, so many ways to do it, and it's just like, if all you want to do is fly, fight, and kill, but you don't want to be locked out of crafting because of it, you're not. You have multiple options, multiple avenues, and you can mix and match them. You'll get crafting materials for killing people. You can take missions to, you can hunt down crafting materials at pinhead workshops if you're really into exploring. You don't have to kill, you don't have to mine, you just explore. That's all you want to do, that's all you gotta do. It may not be as fast or as efficient, but you'll get what you need. I think that's one of the things that really sets this game apart. Mind what things? No, I mean, Pinhead workshops sell crafting resources. Some of them. You don't want to mind them, they won't be happy about that. Kidding. But I prefer to mine the asteroid rush systems because it goes a little faster, but it will start to kind of mess with your head. The movement of the asteroids, the lights in the background, the constant focus. I've probably spent like 50 hours of this game just doing that over the years. So I have kind of a stamina built up towards it. But not everybody does. There we go. What do we got to do to fix you? Do I have to turn them on myself? No, they're on. They're just not working. Is it a power issue? It shouldn't be a power issue. Could be though. Do you really need that much cooling? Nope. $73. Those are 74. Okay, perfect. That opens up 12. Hell yeah. Alright, Allie, try that out. I don't regret giving you that ship, but we do have to solve this problem. Those two single beams in the middle there are point defense. Wow. Okay, but next time I'm going to let you do it again, Allie, so that I can see. I need you to get off the loop. Bro. Uh-oh. I did not drop off my loot. Alright, so she's got 4,500. We're gonna upgrade that. Because I've got scrap for it now. Oh no! It's your big chance, Allie. Show us what you got. Yeah, blast it. Don't wait. No, don't hesitate. Don't wait for me. Fire away, bud. Yeah, hit that thing. Yeah. Mining beams. Carve it up. That's what I want to see. Yeah, a deposit all button would be pretty cool. It's not like it takes a long time to do it, but it would just be nice. Just a smooth process mentally. There we go. No! I used a relic, damn it. Oh well. There, now she's got 7,800 armor. So about 3,000 more. I have 2 upgrade kits. Do I have any more heavy mining lasers? Yeah. We'll see what the range is on those. It might not be enough. She still can't repair. I don't know what else to do. Oh. No. Damn it. Alright, I'm gonna trade into that ship and try it myself. understand. Is she technically full? No. Now she is. Okay, the drones are active. Now they're inactive. It's not her fault. She's a pilot gunner. She should be able to figure out any of this stuff. None of this should be a mystery to her. Come on, Allie. Those were your drones. His point defense. Ah, I thought she was damaging his repair drones. I wasn't looking at the color. That's the hostile warpin. Delete these assholes, Allie. You got it. Mining that guy. Yeah, how are you gonna deal with that, huh? Quite a conundrum. Alright, well obviously you're winning that fight, so let's just... Oh! Pardon me. Sweet. I just have her mining there, so she'll stay there. It'll be nice to have a couple of materials to pick up along the way, but for now, that's going to be it. That's all I want her to do is just wait over there. Bangy, light, and heavy blasters on my Dread. Is there anything that hits harder than those with 1 and 2 slots? Out of standard energy weapons? Not really. I mean, you could craft some point defense beams for your 1 slot, because Vangi light blasters have point defense built in. I prefer beams. I think they're more accurate, and the AI gunners, your gunners that you hire, tend to be a little bit better with them. So while the raw DPS numbers on a blaster type laser might be higher, accuracy with beams tends to be higher, which means that your real world DPS could actually be better with those, especially with gunners. But even most players tend to do better with. Hey, enough mining! Come on. Well, that depends on the ship. But yeah, they can be a little spicy. Oh, come on, Allie, what are you doing? I was trying to show you off and let everyone see how cool and impressive you are, and I don't know where the hell you went. Okay, I'll take care of the garden. That's it. Finish off the Ravager, even though he's surrounded by rocks, and I know it makes it complicated, but that's what we're testing. I want to see you manage that, see how you do it. Are you going to push through the rocks, or are you going to switch to a turn? Push through. Only because the Ravager moves. You just push through. You can fight them. I took her 2 beams that are right here and switched them with mining lasers, but they're too short range. You can't fire them at anything. So I'm gonna have to fix that again. That's alright. I'm gonna give her custom plasma weapons instead of beams. And she's gonna be a monster. She will be feared throughout the galaxy more than me. Despite being a member of my crew, people will say, oh, yeah, it just depends on your build. You know, how many reactors you put in, cooling, heat sinks. Bigger ships have a higher base cooling stat and capacity. If your weapons run hot, maybe switch to hit and run tactics. Reduce your shield size and add chargers, and just do more hit and run style if you really want to try those weapons out. Whoa, that is a pelican. Wow, he had a Luna Guardian. That's lunacy. Don't want a pelican, but thanks for offering. See, that's what I need to get up. Faster warp drive. Recharge. That's the ticket. Ah! 10 heads. 10 heads are the best. Gotta have my 10 heads, man. Oh yeah. 10 heads is where it's at. So, apparently if you buy blueprints, it increases your Technomancer rep. Ah, look at that. Totally worth the money. I'll buy it all. Now what if... Ah! If you sell it back, they won't sell it again. What about scrap? Oh, scrap exploit. Uh-oh. Nothing yet, other than allow or prevent you from docking, but soon. Okay. Powerful armor, man. Basically, the reason that I like to have positive 10 rep is because if you accidentally kill their knights, which is really easy because they always fly around in yachts, if you accidentally destroy those ships too often and go hostile with them, then it's really hard to repair that reputation. You have to go around saving them from stuff, which is a huge pain in the ass. So the best thing to do is to buy all their blueprints to try to get it as high as possible to give you kind of a buffer from that happening. That way, if it does happen, it's not a big deal. Press the Z button. It's just hidden. Oh, there she is. I thought she vanished. I was like, no, not that bug, no. Yeah, yachts take 3 fleet commander points each. Yeah, you do. It tells you here, my maximum fleet is 72, shuttles are 2, yachts 3, corvettes 5, 10, 20, 40. It doesn't count your flagship, though. It doesn't say that anywhere, but you'll know when you actually click on your fleet ship UI. No, it doesn't. Yeah, exactly. So you'll see here, if you don't have a fleet, it'll say 0 of 72. That has happened to a lot of people. Don't feel bad. The game actually has really good tutorials. As far as text box tutorials go, the drawback is there's no tutorial level that takes you through every aspect, right? So you get to play through some of the early aspects, but as far as things like fleets and mining and stuff like that, you don't do any of that in the opening tutorial, so it doesn't get stored and reinforced in your mind the same way. It's just the text, so it's a lot of information that you get just by text, which for me is fine. But if all else fails, a lot of times if I just stare at this, I'll be like, oh yeah, the thing. That is a heckin' lot of missiles. Very powerful. That's good. Very slowly. So do debris fields. Debris fields have a random timer to respawn, and asteroid fields it's like a couple of rocks every minute or two. So if you're mining a lot, the best thing that you can find is like 2 or 3 systems around the level that you want that each have several mining asteroid fields and a station. And remember that you want to sell items in bulk, because the price doesn't go down until after the sale's completed. So if you sell 100 gold one at a time, the price goes down until it's garbage. But if you sell all 100 at once, you get that good first price for all 100. So basically you just go around jumping from system to system, mining each field in each one. And by the time you get back around from like 3 or 4 systems, that first one will be mostly full again. They'll still be grayed out, but if you fly up to them, you'll see that they have rocks again. And as far as I know, the rocks are the exact same quality as the originals. There's really nothing all that different. There's nothing different about them as far as what you get out of them. It's not like a deteriorated, diminishing return quality. It's just if you show up too early, there won't be as many. Which basically, by the time you get to that, you'll start to realize, oh, maybe I should just mine asteroid rushes. But that is the next scale up in as far as mining. But you know, as we talked about, not everybody wants to do that. So basically, cycle mining. It's like tree farming. You know, you farm from this side of your lot of land, right, and slowly move toward the other side of the lot of land. But you're planting the trees as you go. So by the time you get all the way to the other end, then you go back to the other side and start over again, planting as you go. I'll put it to you this way: if you are curious about mining in an asteroid rush, just make sure that you've got, if you can survive in an asteroid rush sitting still, then you've already completed the first step in the process, because that's like the first thing to determine is whether or not you can actually survive it. Of course, it makes sense, but once you can survive it, then you can at least start to experiment and see what else you need to do. in order to take those steps. Wow, that was a level 55. Sorry, Allie, I meant to save some for you to hit on that guy, but he was kind of a wimp. That was unfortunate. And what's nice about having dreadnoughts with their big capacity, or any freighter as your flagship, is that I can send, while I'm out here Ravager hunting, I can have her mine while I fight a Ravager, or just mine in between to kind of break up the timing. And then eventually I'll find a station in one of these systems that I can dock at, drop off the loot, and by that time that happens, I'll probably have processed most of the ore anyway. It's funny, this game doesn't have a lot of automation, but you still find, I still find that I'm driven to continuously find ways to stack different jobs, stack different tasks, and things like that in order to make the most use of my time. Just because I come from games like Astroneer, Factorio, Surviving Mars, that kind of stuff, SimCity, you know, back in the day. You start one project over here, and while you wait for it to grow, you move to another one. You're never really just doing one thing. And while this game doesn't... Oh, that's a shark. Let's go jump over it. But it's nice to always have, like, even if you're doing something that takes time, like waiting for this ship to mine, there's always stuff to do, whether it's, you know, even if you're not joining them in mining. There's always something you could be doing, even if it's just running their stuff back to the station. Wow, look at all these distress signals everywhere. Careful, Allie, your shields aren't as sturdy as mine. You don't want to hit too many of these. The mines out here. But one of the fun things about trying stuff early is that you get to develop your own style and sense of what you're doing, and the timing, how often you change tasks, setting your own goals, stuff like that. Like, I set the goal to get a Zeus, and so I started working towards having a ship that could mine the fastest way possible, and then I used that ship to get a second Zeus. And now I'm letting that ship do the mining for me so that I don't have to keep mining for a third Zeus, because that would be just absolute overkill. I'm not a huge fan of the Marco or the Pelican. They're neat, they're not bad ships, but they only have that single forward hardpoint. They don't really do much for the mining side of things, in my opinion. Now we are getting our Explorer up by exploring new systems. I think I've already got an Axamander. Yeah, okay. That was the last perk I got yesterday. But it's nice now that I'm looking to build a third Zeus that I don't have to do all the mining now. It'd be faster if I did, but I would get bored of mining the third time around, so I'll just have her do it. And in the meantime, I can hunt Ravagers while she hits an asteroid field. I'll go fight the Ravager, and then I'll come collect what she drops, and then we'll go meet up at a station and drop off the loot, and then we'll go find another Ravager, and they won't all have asteroid fields next to them, but that's okay. Ah, struck you. Like, there's no asteroid field here, but I also have a full cargo hold, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, this one's another ship graveyard, so she's not going to have anything to do, but again, haven't found a station yet, so don't really care. You want to go fight him? Go fight him. He's going to send you out of the system before you get very far, but whatever. I need to give her some point defense. Now she's safe until I find another station. Proxima. Now, if her repair drones were working, I would send her out into this asteroid field while I find the station and run a cycle real quick. But because she's not repairing herself properly, I don't want to chance that. I will set her to auto dock. No, not yet. I can remember to do it manually. But yeah, as important as it is to pace yourself and not do one thing too often or too much in one sitting in order to avoid burnout, you do have the option of spreading it around and multitasking, and there's always something to do, is what I always tell people. Games that always have something else to do, like, you need to do task A. Oh, I don't want to. Okay, we'll go do task B then. And by the time you get back, there'll be more task A to do. But at least you might want to do it. But yeah, the ability of Fleet to allow you to multitask to me is just huge. I love it. What's back there? Oh, more mining lasers. Okay. Well, she doesn't have the heat for 3, but we can fix that. We should have a good bit of scrap built up now. I need some improved kits. Ah! Wow. For a second there I thought they didn't have any. I was like, come on. And since she's working while I'm getting the relics, I consider that as good as her helping to earn the relics anyway, so I don't mind spending them on her. And I really don't have a whole lot more to spend on myself anyway, so everybody wins. Plus, the stronger she gets, the less I got a babysitter, so that's always nice. There we go. Fine components. Ooh. I don't have a lot of those, because I spent them all on the boat. The mode itself. I got 14. Where does that get me? Thermal regulators. 2. Boom. There we go. And that's it for now. Okay. Alright. Where does that put you? 172. Nice. You're at almost a 10 second. Almost down to 10 second. Okay. Good, good, good. Back to the Ravagers. Who ravages the Ravagers? I was the turkey all along. I can't get that out of my head. I'm gonna have to go watch some Zen later. It's like in there. Sometimes it's just in your brain, and you gotta do something about it. Oh, they're attacking her. She's getting smacked. Show them what you can do with mining lasers. Oh, that's brutal. Got a beast. That shit raw. Oh. I guess we'll just warp there then, since you want to collide with me. Getting kills. See, she does the thing. She's earning base components. She doesn't even have to mine. The fact that she helps you kill faster means more crafting materials. Nice. Nope, no Ravager. Nope, no Ravager. Come on. You can do it. Well, you really gotta hit it dead on. Hell yeah. Okay. It is most definitely time for me to go get some food. I'll probably get some sleep, but don't worry, we're gonna raid another Star Valor streamer. Looks like the Humperdinck, which reminds me of frickin' what do you call it? Princess Bride. So we're gonna do that. and it's going to start now. So thanks to everyone for hanging out. Thanks, of course, to Lios for the great game, as always, and for the subscriptions. I have a great time doing it. I hope everybody else does too. Here we go. Boom, let's do it.
This pepperoni did not get here by accident.
Raid.
Oh,
Get ready for
no. It was carefully placed here by hand by a pizza maker at Papa
Boom,
John's.
let's go.
And they didn't stop just because they hit the crust. They took all that pepperoni and hand stuffed it inside.
Wow,
that
commercial.
signature pepperoni.